Hello. Welcome. I'm getting started in a moment. I'm just getting some stuff sorted first. That's what I'm doing. That's a bit loud. That's a bit loud for me. Let me know if the game is too loud. It feels a bit loud right now. Maybe I need to actually get into the game first. But that feels quite loud. Where are we? Yep, okay, that's working. That's working. Everything's working. I am just going to turn it down a little bit because that is too much for me. All right. Perfection. I think everything is all working. Yep. Okay. All right. Welcome back to Same Foods. Okay. Let me work out what on earth was going on. Right, we have $6,800. Okay, so we need to restock. Start of the day, need to restock. We need to check prices. I'm going to start the day off with checking the prices. Let's have a look here. $2. Oh, my numpad's not on. There we go. $2.30. Perfect. Was $6.80. All right, good. That's done. And we should pay our bills. Oh, that's the wrong one. I got this. There we go. And we are saving up for, I think section 7 is what we're going to save up for. But we can't get it today. We might be able to get it tomorrow. But I don't think we can get it today because, well, I need to restock and I already don't have enough money. So definitely not today. Probably tomorrow we'll get the new section. And then after we get the new section, then we'll get a few more product licenses. That sounds like a plan to me. Yes? Yes. Perfection. Okay. Just move that out of the way. Yeah, this was looking pretty all right, hey? Yeah. All right. I know I don't have to, like, get more space to get the next product license, but I kind of want to. I just want it to, like, be a nice shape. And right now, like, the store is just not a nice shape. Let's be fair. Okay, so restocking. That's, first of all, I should touch my dudas. Hello. That's some touches. Why are you not putting that one away? Is it full or something? It is. All right, I ordered too much rice. Well, I have no one to blame but them. All right, get that. Because I also, before I get more product licenses, I also need to get some more shelving too. These. I'm also, like, kind of tired today, so the amount of custom orders I'm going to be doing is, like, if I feel particularly inspired, I will do it. These. These. Those. Perfection. Perfection. Those. 2 of these. 1 of these. Excellent. Creamer coffee's been popular. I mean, I can see why. It's an essential caffeinated beverage. All right, 2 of those. Hello. How do you know if you have ADHD after 30? Yeah, that's a good question. Let me just finish restocking and I will answer it. Yeah, okay. Let me answer some questions while my dudes are filling up the shelves. On your way. All right. So how do you know if you have ADHD after 30? Okay. I mean, so ultimately, unless you get assessed by a professional, you won't know for certain, right? But it is quite typical, especially in women, that ADHD symptoms can become more intense after 30 due to hormonal changes, because the changes in like the hormone levels within your body can actually impact uh, like how severe your ADHD traits are, because some of the ADHD is fundamentally like differences in the way there's like some structural differences in your brain, but it's also differences in the way your brain processes norepinephrine and dopamine, and your hormones are also neuroreceptors, and your brain also uses those chemicals, and they can be like a big compensating power when you have ADHD. And so then when like that composition changes, it can impact like how your brain was sort of coping with the fact that it had unmedicated, untreated ADHD. So one of the best ways to do it is like to get started in the process is to take some screening tests, right? Like this would be like prior to seeing your doctor if you're a bit nervous about talking to your doctor about it. And on the Embrace Autism website, just type that out in chat. On the Embrace, I can't actually put the link in because it doesn't let me put the link in. Oh, whoops. Oh no. Oh no, I messed up my shelves. Sorry, this is an emergency. I have to fix this. Well, I'll find out what was there. It was one of the cereals. Anyway, I'll find out what was there in a minute when they don't put the boxes away. Anyway, so if you go onto the Embrace Autism website, they have some free and legitimate screening tests for ADHD. I would recommend the ASRS and the WERS 25, which I'm typing out there. And you can fill those out for free and get the results for free on the Embrace Autism website. And they can be a good indicator as to whether there are ADHD like traits present in your life, and then the severity at which, and whether it's worth having that conversation with your doctor or your psychologist or your psychiatrist, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, so that's now the ASRS is a very typical, like, that catches the very stereotypical ADHD presentations. And the WERS 25 is better at, in my opinion, at catching the higher masking presentations of ADHD. But yeah, often ADHDers have that sense their entire life that like something's a bit different. It's like they're playing on a harder difficulty than everyone else, but like kind of only sort of, because a lot of ADHD brains do some stuff better than other people. But then there's also like all the associated difficulties with it as well. Now, just remember when filling those questions out, you need to be thinking about your like any possible compensation mechanisms. So it might ask you, hey, do you lose like your keys frequently? And you're like, no, I never lose my keys, because I know that the moment I walk through my front door, I have to put them in the key bowl right next to the door. And it's like, yeah, maybe the average person doesn't need a key bowl to keep track of their keys. They just remember where they put their keys. And so when you take, say, that key bowl didn't exist, it's like, would you lose your keys then? And the answer might be like, yes. And it's like, okay, cool. That's a compensation mechanism. The answer to the question might be yes. And so you just need to have a think about, okay, cool. If you've been like dealing with undiagnosed ADHD for 34 years of your life, you've probably worked out a technique or two for dealing with it. And if you removed those techniques, like what are you left with? Yeah. And the WERS 25, let me type it out again. So the ASRS and WERS 25. There we go. keys, phone, wallet is my chant. Yeah, so that's a really good example of like, that's a technique that you've introduced into your life because of what? Because you would forget your keys, your phone, and your wallet, right? And you had to deal with the consequences of that at some point. And so you introduce that to help you remember to take them with you or not to forget them. Yeah. Yes, and and so those are legitimate, internationally recognized screening tests. If you're a bit worried about getting taken seriously, in going to the doctor or going to a psychologist or psychiatrist, taking those with you can help. My other recommendation would be just have some really solid examples of how these traits are impacting your life as well. So like, tell the story of the time you like forgot your wallet 3 times in one day, like, or tell the story of the time that you got fired because you just couldn't stop talking, even though you knew everyone was not interested in what you were saying, but you just couldn't stop talking. Or tell them about the time you got detention because you like couldn't stay seated in class, or the time you got in trouble at work because you were going to the toilet too much, not because you actually had to go to the toilet, but because you just needed a walk, and it's an excuse to go for a walk that's like acceptable, right? Things like that. Yeah, so if you're worried you're not going to be taken seriously, taking those, like the results of those screeners can help and just give you a bit of an extra boost. The other thing as well is that if a doctor's not like taking your concerns seriously, you have to question whether that's the right doctor, or at least if they're not making you feel like they're taking your concerns seriously, because it's also part of a doctor or a specialist role to ensure patient care and have you feel like you're being heard, because they might in fact be taking you seriously, just presenting it the wrong way, right? They might have not the best manner. But regardless, if you feel like your concerns have not been heard, that might not be the place to be assessed anyway, right? Do you need a personal history from a third party? Generally, it's considered best assessment practice to either have history or to get third party information. It can be someone in your life now even, as long as, so one of the diagnostic criteria that needs to be fulfilled for ADHD is that traits were present prior to the age of 12. They were present in childhood in multiple contexts. So that's at home, at school, that kind of thing, yeah? And so it's a diagnostic requirement that you're able to like satisfy that. And that can be done through very strong recollection and really strong childhood examples. It can be done through school reports. It can be done speaking to parents. It can be done speaking to a childhood friend. And even with that, right, it's still helpful to speak to a third party who's in your life now, just to, like, that's considered best assessment practice. Can you still be diagnosed with ADHD without that? There will be some places that will. You'll have a bit of a harder time, and it's not because like they'll still assess if you can't provide that information, not because you don't sort of need it, but rather there are people, like, very few people out there, but it does happen where they happen to be in a set of life circumstances where they can't provide that information, or it's not safe for them to provide that information. So, for example, if their parents are abusive, like, it's not appropriate to go speak to their parents, but they might not have saved school reports or anything. Like, there might not be much there, right? And that shouldn't prevent someone from accessing appropriate care for a diagnosis that they have, like, just because they don't have that information. So it's much harder to get, like, it's much harder to be assessed without that information. But yeah, it is possible at certain places. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Perfection. What was I doing with my life? I was putting cereal away. I screwed up my cereal, which is this one, and I need to put that away. Ta-da! Let's take that off of you. Ta-da! And let's take this. Whee! Oh no. Oh, I ordered too much coffee again. My life. Now what am I doing? Are there brain scans available for diagnosis? Yes, or to investigate diagnosis further? Look, there are. The short answer is no. Longer answer. There are inherent structural differences in an ADHD brain compared to a neurotypical brain, but those differences are hard to distinguish from things like autism, right? So like autistic brains and ADHD brains neurologically on like a full fMRI can look very similar. And so we're not yet at a place where you can diagnose someone based off of a brain scan. Also, like other neurodevelopmental disorders, so autism and ADHD are both neurodevelopmental disorders. You're born with them. Your brain is structured differently. It develops differently. Yes, that can be seen on a scan, right? But it's very hard. Like, there's not a really reliable method to distinguish one neurodevelopmental disorder from another currently. And on top of that, that type of scan, it's not just a normal MRI, it's a special type of MRI, which is like, and the cost of which and the expertise required to break those scans down it's economically prohibitive as a diagnostic tool at the moment. Hopefully in the future, that would be the absolute best way in terms of, well, absolute best way in terms of like subjectivity versus objectivity, right? Maybe not absolute best way in terms of ethics and things like that, and like symptom severity. The short answer is no, you can't get that. Long answer is like sort of, but it's not there yet. Looks like an Amazon fulfillment training VR. Well, you're not wrong. All right, where are we? I'm going to play a day, and then I will answer more questions. Oh. Ta-da! Open up. Oh goodness, give me a moment. Sorry, let me just take care of that. Where are we? Oh, seriously? It's not going to let me deal with that? All right, give me a moment. Sorry, I just need to deal with chat for a second. There we go. Oh, that's fine. If it happens again, I will. Oh, there we go. Perfect. All right. Okay. Perfection. Let me just. All right. I'm going to play through a game day, and then I will answer some more questions. What I might actually do is. Sorry, I just need to fix up the moderation on my chat quickly. Just give me 1 second. How do I do that? Live cam hangout. All right, okay. Settings button. Oh my gosh, it's not there. Yeah, I know naturally, but that's like, you know, the internet always provides, does it not? Sorry, I'm using a different like live studio and I don't know how to operation it. Um, can I see my own live like this? No, I can't. Naturally, I can't. That's not going to let me do that. Well, this is a bit difficult. Okay, well, no, you're not. Everyone's fine. I think we'll just ignore the other one for now. That's okay. Okay. Yeah, needing moderators with 9 people is just like the internet provides. I'm looking it up while I'm waiting for customers to arrive. There we go. Oh, I see. I can do it here. All right. Thank you. And I go settings, moderators. Here we go. All right. Who's volunteering to be a moderator? Modern history was definitely a dry subject for me as well. All right, anyway, it seems like old mate went away, so that's fine. He went away. I'll deal with that problem later. Beep, 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 beep. Thank you. All right, cool. Customer small talk. I've got this. Hello. Nice juice. Oh God, I did it again. Thank you. Enjoy this evening's scheduled sporting event. Because I'm role playing. I'm role playing being at a checkout, and we need to do this wholeheartedly. Hello, person. How are your children? No, that's weird. That's too personal. Mondays, am I right? There we go. I did it. That's the one. That's the one. Except today's not Monday. Is today Monday? Today's Tuesday. Beep, 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 beep. It does not help me get better. No. I am, look, I'm autistic. I've had several decades to get better at the small talk, and I've just accepted that it's not happening at this point. I do not have the wiring with which to conduct small talk in a neurotypical fashion, and that's okay. But we can just try acting it. I can try faking it for the game, you know? Lots of potatoes you got there. Must be having a potato-based dinner this evening. See? They'll never know. They'll never know. Hi, Momo. Hey, Momo, can I make you a moderator? Is that all right? Oh, no, I can only make someone a moderator if I'm friends with them? Okay, that's fine. All right. Beep, 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 beep. beep 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 beep. All right, okay, no worries. That's all right, thank you. It's fine. There was someone there before causing trouble, and I can't actually moderate it from here, which is stupid. But I will, because my usual moderator person is currently not here. That's okay. I'll deal with it soon. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. Perfect. There we go. Have a nice day. Beep 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 beep. Perfection. Causing trouble in aisle 6. Yes, moderator to aisle 6, please. Moderator to aisle 6. No, I think they're gone anyway. I think they got bored. I should not bump the mic with my my glass. That was rude. Thank you for the follow. Neurotypicals can typically view being direct or honest as like rudeness, anger, being like bullying, being intentionally insulting, or even like being a smartass, so to speak. Arrogant. They can view it as being arrogant too. Sort of mechanic simulator. Yeah, I've seen that. It's been recommended to me several times. Beep 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 beep. There we go. Thank you. Have a nice day. Beep 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 beep. Oh, that's the wrong button. There we go. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. More thorough than the electrician simulator. You know, the computer I'm using now, I built myself. It was my present to myself, my 30th birthday, and I needed it for work too, so it was kind of also. But anyway, circumstances. And I practiced on PC Building Simulator before I actually built it. I got as close to the parts as possible, and then like put it together in PC Building Simulator. Oh, thank you for the gift. Very, very much appreciated. Beep 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 beep. Fantastic. Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye. 1 meat, please. There you go. Beep 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 beep. Perfection. Where are we? Sorry, just getting my head around the American denominations. Again, it's been like a week since I played, or a week and a half since I played this. I'm like, forgotten all the American denominations for money. Yeah, I think yeah, Electrician Simulator probably doesn't give you the full depth of knowledge required to actually perform electrical work within your household. I would not recommend. Beep 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 beep. Although some electricians I've worked with before, it makes you wonder if that was the extent of their training. Beep 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 beep. All right. Am I doing the custom orders? Not today, I don't think. Hello. Bye-bye. Hello, bye-bye. Hello. Beep, 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 beep. There we go. Oh, you worked as an electrician. Yeah, okay. So you do not attest to the accuracy of electrician simulator. Oh, the firefighting simulator, that would be interesting. Construction simulator is I used to be a civil engineer in my previous career, and it hits a bit too close to home, the construction simulator. So I took a miss on that one. That one did in fact feel too much like work. All right, I think that's just about done for the day. Will I do the custom orders? I feel guilty for not. No, I'm not. I'm not doing it. Doing them. Oh, funny, delightful. All right. First of all, let's check the prices. I found Euro Truck Simulator to be, I know this might be a wild take, but I found it very relaxing and I quite enjoyed it. I used to play, it might be nostalgia, because I used to play it with my little brother and we would take turns doing the really long drives. But I found it surprisingly enjoyable as someone who doesn't really enjoy driving all that much. Nope, that's the wrong one. Builds. Okay, that one. Okay, that one. All right, so, God, we're so close. I could just buy it now. Might not leave me enough money to restock. I should have done those extra orders. If I'd done the extra orders, we'd be there now. All right. Let me restock, and we can definitely. I will do the bonus orders today, and then we can buy the expansion. I'm just gonna restock, and then I'm going to sit and answer the questions in chat that got asked that I hadn't answered yet. All right. Thanks for joining, Momo. I'll talk to you another time. Gosh, we could actually do it. I'll do it later today. Okay, let me scroll back up and answer the questions that I missed. I feel like my autistic and ADHD traits have been misdiagnosed as OCD and depression over the years. Is that common? Yes, those are both very common misdiagnoses. That's not me diagnosing you on TikTok, by the way, but yes, high masking autism and ADHD is extremely commonly misdiagnosed as OCD and depression. And there's certain ways to distinguish the two. And that doesn't mean you can also have all four technically as well. Having one doesn't necessarily exclude the other. But yes, extremely common, and that's sort of what your gut's telling you. It might be worth a conversation with your doctor or your psychologist. Are we? I think that's it. Cool, easy peasy. Oh, super duper. All right. All right, I know I technically have enough, but I don't have enough to paint it and put the new carpets in, and I'm quite frankly, I can't do the new section unless I can make it look like the rest of the store immediately. So we're just going to open up and do another, well, I should actually get my guys to put the boxes away first, properly. Where are we? Where are we? Hello. Have some touches. Oh yeah, and this Friday at 7 p.m. South Wales time, be doing a live with James Sapansky, one of the clinical psychologists at the practice. We've done some lives together before. And if that interests you at all, you can go to my profile and click on the live event there and register for it. I can differentiate between ADHD, ASD, and CPTSD with similar symptoms. All right, so there's some. You look at the diagnostic criteria that's sort of like unique to each of those. So, hiya, Grace. Good to see you on the live. Yeah, okay, so distinguishing between ADHD, ASD, and CPTSD. Yep, okay. So, autism is inherently classified as a social neurodevelopmental disability. Those are the compulsory criteria. You need to have the social difficulties, right? And whilst CPTSD and ADHD can cause social difficulties, they don't necessarily inhibit the understanding of neurotypical social dynamics in the same way that autism does. So, for example, someone who has severe CPTSD might not have friends, right? Might not maintain friendships. Okay. But you would still expect that person, if they weren't autistic, to hold a neurotypical understanding of what constitutes friendships. Right? Because CPTSD and ADHD do not impact your understanding of friendships, more how you may maintain them. And so there are specific questions and activities in the assessment that you ask and you perform in order to gauge someone's understanding of the concept of friendship, what friendship means to them, that kind of thing, yeah. And that would be for me, that's one of the dead giveaways in terms of okay, yeah, there's some trauma here, there's some autistic traits here, what are we dealing with? You look at why they don't do things, right? So say someone with CPTSD, right? They might also have difficulties with small talk. And it's okay, cool. Is this a trauma anxiety related thing? Or again, is it that this person doesn't really have the wiring or the understanding of what small talk is, how to perform it, and is it that they don't do it because they can't, or they don't do it because something has happened with that CPTSD to cause not? So you investigate, you pick it apart a bit more, yeah. You also look at, with autism specifically, you look at the Section B diagnostic criteria, which are a lot more unique to autism. So you look at things like echolalia, for example. Echolalia, you do get it with ADHD sometimes, right? But not CPTSD, right? CPTSD is, echolalia is not a symptom of CPTSD. You look at, with stimming, right? There's autistic stimming and there's sort of ADHD stimming. And autistic stimming is generally considered to be a lot more of a repetitive quality to it, repetitive ritualistic quality, whereas ADHD stimming is a bit more sort of chaotic. And there's also certain types of stimming that are considered more uniquely autistic. You look at differences in development. Yeah, so if there was a delay in speaking, and that delay in speaking occurred prior to any trauma occurring, it's okay, cool. Well, that's not a trauma thing, right? That's there's something developmental possibly going on there. You look at sensory sensitivities, right? So someone who's traumatized may have sensory sensitivities, but in a different way, yeah? It's typically related to the trauma or related to loud noise. Whereas very rarely would you see say for example, a sensitivity to certain textures of clothing being associated with CPTSD, right? I'm sure there's a world in which someone has experienced trauma, complex trauma, that would cause that. But most of the time you're not going to see that, yeah. And whereas something, if it's like, oh, the sound of banging or smashing glass, I can't deal with that. It's like, okay, cool. That could be an autistic thing. That could be more of a trauma thing. With ADHD, one of the diagnostic criteria is that the difficulties experienced happen in several contexts, both in childhood and during adulthood, right? Whereas with a trauma presentation, you'll often, if there's difficulties in concentrating, things like that, you'll often see that more, there'll be more inconsistency in the way in which those traits or symptoms have sort of presented, right? What's your problem? Oh, I ordered too many pasta elbows. Well, that makes sense. So say for example, with CPTSD, it's more likely that you would see like inattention and things like that in the context of that person's trauma, right? So if they were triggered or in a triggering environment or something like that, or it's like, okay, no, this only started after XYZ event happened. It's like, okay, that could be like more of a trauma thing. You just look at the context of that. And then a lot of the hyperactivity diagnostic criteria are like a quite giveaways in terms of distinguishing from trauma. So say for example, someone keeps talking and talking and talking and they can't be quiet, and that like causes them a problem, right? That can be a trauma thing. That can be an ADHD thing. You investigate, okay, cool. Going on and on in these circumstances, do you feel anxious at the time? Like, is this an anxiety-driven speaking? Is it like coping with that complex trauma, a defense mechanism against that complex trauma? Or is it rather they're unable to inhibit or like they're unable to regulate their own behavior or realize that it's even happening, like an inattention to it in a way. And so you pick apart like what the cause of these things are. You also look at other things, right? So if autism and ADHD runs in the family, it's going to be more likely to be autism and ADHD. If they have the tick box list of autistic and ADHD comorbidities like POTS, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, you might have epilepsy, there's a huge list of them. If they have like an MCAS diagnosis, for example, like it's like, okay, cool. Those often come with autism and ADHD. That lends itself more to that theory there. I suppose the other big one with autism is special interests. Like special interests they often stand out and they're quite uniquely autistic in nature, and that's another really good way of like distinguishing what's trauma, what's autism, ADHD. I hope that that's not like a full list, but those are some like big examples that are often top of mind when I'm trying to distinguish between them. So I hope that's useful. I hope that answered the question. Cool. All right, we are more or less restocked, and I'm going to do these special orders. That's what I'm going to do. Before I open for the day. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Toilet paper. 1. And chicken. Mwaf. 1, 2. Perfect. And we pop that there. Ta-da! All right, next one. What we just did. All right, so we're doing Sienna Dawson. Bleach. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Coffee. 1, 2. And eggs. 4, 5. Perfection. And 5 chickens. All right, I'm gonna have to order more chickens before I open because that's just so many chickens. Tea. And eggs. Perfection. And it's going to be fridge section. And eggs and mango. Oh no, there's too many mangoes. Alright. Alright, okay. Who are we up to first? We are off to Sasha Young first. Alright. Who is right around the corner. Hello? Get out of the map. Thank you. Yeah, well, I mean, you need to sort of remember that, like, neurotypical is the default in everyone's mind, right? And so, why would you need to explain what is, what is the default? And the neurodivergent community is, I think, in general, a little bit more aware of what. Next, we have Leah Cox and Sienna Dawson. We'll do Sienna Dawson first, whose background. Oh no, we'll do Leah Cox on the way. Like, I think it's because neurotypicals, right, can, like, generally consider the default in society, right? They rarely have to, like, they rarely have the way they are pointed out to them because it's just assumed that's how everyone is. And so I think there's also just less awareness around, like, labeling. Like, it's a lot easier to label how we are different because we've been reminded of it our entire lives, right? We can point out the ways in which we're different because, you know, it often, like, we've had to deal with the consequences of that a lot more. Whereas just that's not the case with neurotypicals, and so it's like, I think that sort of makes it a lot harder to have, like, to formulate a description of, okay, cool, what is it like to be you? Because, like, well, what do I compare that against, right? Whereas that's the bar we've been measured against our entire lives. And so it's perhaps a little bit easier for us to say, okay, cool, this is where I've fallen short of that bar, because that's, and like, not to so much deficit-based language there, but that's like, that's often, you know, a high-masking neurodivergent person's experience, right? Is being constantly reminded of how you're falling short of the neurotypical bar. Thank you for the follows, everyone. Oh, I needed to order more chicken. Because I just, like, gave away all of it in the special orders. Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. There we go. And another custom order. Some cleaner. Yeah, I definitely should have done the custom orders yesterday because it's just so much extra money. I got lazy. Couldn't be bothered. Jamie Barton. No, Logan. I don't know how to say that. I'm going to butcher it. Knee, I think. Does anyone have that particular letter combination in their language? Cleaner. Everyone wants the cleaner today. It must be like spring cleaning time or something. Right, to Jamie Barton. Alright, okay. Oh, is there one more? There's one more. Hold on, Jamie Barton. Oh my god, how do we get out of the car? Panic. There we go. Emily Cooper. Alright, let's fill up Emily Cooper's stuff and then we go deliver. Coffee. 1, 2, 3, 4. And candy. This person's having a good morning. Coffee and candy. I'm on board. Okay, good. I'm glad the yeah, and look, that doesn't you know, necessarily mean that you're neurodivergent, right? But if you're finding yourself relating to, you know, a community of people that have felt slightly differently their entire lives, like that does indicate like a cool, like something's going on. And you can also have neurodivergent traits and not like be over like the clinical level in terms of a diagnosis as well. But certainly in my experience, people tend like it's very rare that like when someone self-diagnoses and comes in for an assessment, a lot of the time they're right. It's very rare that someone is incorrect. Like especially, but I'm speaking from a very specific lens because these are people who are so confident about it. I mean, confidence is probably the wrong word, but like you know, sure enough about it, that they're willing to go through the time, pressure, stress in order to get a diagnosis. And that's typically because they need like the extra help and such, right? And so like, and so I'm seeing a very skewed percentage of the self-diagnosed community. But if people have thought about it to the extent where like they're willing to put potentially thousands of dollars on the line in order to have that investigated, like you bet these people have thought about it, right? They've thought about it. They've read through it. They've like probably sat there for and a lot of people for years debating it. With like the concern, have I just talked myself into this? Have I just like, and so usually by the time someone gets to that point, it's like, yeah, look, it's almost been like a torturous process for themselves, right? And so at that point, it's like, yeah, okay, cool. There's usually very few people that were wrong, and even if they were, like, they weren't far off the mark. Like, clearly something was going on, right? Something was going on. Sometimes it's just not like specifically autism or ADHD, and they certainly find that out during the assessment process as well. I have ADHD, my partner has autism, and I struggle with remembering things, and my partner flips out when I do. Is there any advice? Yeah, okay, so like autism and ADHD are both neurodevelopmental disabilities, right? Differences in the way your brains are wired and the way in which they function. And so you like your brain is not necessarily wired to remember things like shutting the freezer. And their brain is wired in such a way that meltdowns happen. And like as someone with ADHD, you can always try your best to remember, but that's also inevitably going to be a losing battle, right? There's going to be times where you forget that because that's just that is your disability. That's the nature of your disability. Like, and your partner can try their best to regulate, to like prevent meltdowns or reduce like the severity of them. But at the end of the day, that's also a losing battle. Like if they have a particular type of autistic presentation where meltdowns happen, then they're going to happen. And so my advice for circumstances like that is like ensuring that you're both in the right mindset about that, in that when you forget, that's not like some kind of personal failure on your part, right? That is like literally the area in which you are disabled. It is your disability. It's like if I think of like a physical disability, right? It's like if someone, for whatever reason lost their arm, had their arm amputated, right? It's like being upset at your partner for not having an arm. Like, what do you want? And so it's making sure that the empathy is in the right place in the relationship. That's like the mindset around each other's disabilities, because they're going to clash. Yes, when you have one disabled partner, another disabled partner, and one's like ADHD and one's autistic, there's going to be moments where the consequences of your disabilities make it harder for each other. And that's inevitable in a relationship like that. And it's and in fostering the empathy, like, so if you get stuck in a bit of like a cycle of resentment or contempt, and are resentful of your partner's disability, like, that's not a healthy place for the relationship to be in, right? Like, well, what do you want them to do about it? It's like being in a place of acceptance around your partner's disability and empathy. Like, you think you're having a bad time with them forgetting things, they're having a worse time. Like, you think you're having a bad time with their meltdowns, they're having a worse time with those meltdowns. Guaranteed. And when you're approaching these things from a place of compassion and support, it like often prevents it from escalating, like into conflicts to begin with. Like, these things don't have to be conflicts, right? It can be you supporting each other, and there's just going to be days where it's going to be hard. Like, you can do your best to support them in meltdowns, and meltdowns may always inherently be, like, they're certainly unpleasant if you're on the receiving end of one, if that's like how their meltdowns present. But it's also like, in those kind of circumstances, like, look, your partner's disabled. I'm sure they don't want to be having a meltdown over this. I'm sure they would rather, like, have a brain that can deal with the fact the freezer got left open, in like a different way. And so, yes, it's about having the compassion and empathy for each other in those moments, and keeping that and trying to foster that as much as possible. With the big things, which might be leaving the freezer open, and with the little things. And so that way, when you're both having a hard time, it can more lead to both of you banding together to overcome these challenges rather than pushing each other apart. Yeah, okay. Just working out what order I want to answer that in. Let me end the day to get the game saved. That's what we'll do. Perfection. Holy, we earned a lot of money that day. It was the custom orders. I knew it was the custom orders. Let me answer some questions. Okay, I'm just going to, Trish, I'm going to come back to that one. I'm just going to keep on this relationship topic for the minute, but I will come back and answer it in just a second. Because my partner's autism, he needs things in a particular way and do not allow me to do things because I'm not doing it in ways he likes, and because of that he feels a lot of burden and stress. Yeah, okay, so how to deal with that is again unique to the specific circumstances and the couple in of itself, right? Because you can only bridge what you can bridge, right? So there's going to be certain things where the best thing to be done is for you to do it in the way that he likes it, where you're able to do that. Sometimes that's going to be the best choice for the relationship, right? Sometimes it's going to be a case of he just does it. And sometimes it's going to be a case of he finds the space to deal with the fact that it's done in the way that you do it, right? And sometimes it's going to be a case of someone's going to be upset with this. And again, all you can do is to approach the problem from a place of acceptance, understanding, and empathy. And, you know, when you're supporting someone who's autistic, right, like, it's like sometimes it's going to be like you can do what you can do, and they can only do what they can do, right? So, like for example, depending on like the capacity of your partner or something like that, like they may benefit from practicing techniques around mental flexibility and making room for things like that. It may be a case of some of that mental rigidity is quite trauma driven. Not saying that's the case for your partner, but that can often be contributing to mental rigidity. Like it has to be this way because something bad happened, and that has stuck with them, and now it has to be this way. And as a result, their like autistic rigidity is applied to this thing, and so that kind of thing can be addressed, right? And there's just going to be certain circumstances where, okay, no, it's on you to do it this particular way, or it's on him to do it the particular way because he's not going to be cool with the way you do it at all. Uh, can you not snore so loudly, my son? Thank you. Yeah, and it's just, again, like, I mean, you've already pointed out there, right? Like, he's feeling a lot of burden and stress, right? You think he doesn't know that, like, he's, like, I'm sure if you could, I don't want to necessarily speak for him, but I would take a guess that if he was given an option to just push a button and be able to just make space for things to be done in the way that you're able to do it so that he can accept your help, like he'd probably push that button. Like that would objectively make his life easier, right? I know when I'm being mentally rigid about something and I'm putting a task on myself because I need it to be done a certain way. I know that sometimes I certainly think, oh man, I wish my brain wasn't like this sometimes. Like it comes like there is frustration within myself around it, but it's also a feature of like autism itself. Like it's in the diagnostic criteria. And so like his own rigidity is causing him stress and like burdens. What do you use there? Burden and stress there. Like his own, like that's like he's also suffering with that to a certain extent. And you just need to remember that with stuff like this, it's the two of you against the problem. It's not you two against each other. It's the two of you against the problem. And working out like, okay, cool. These are our strategies for dealing with when there's this mental rigidity going on. Which one are we picking for which circumstance? And strategizing that a little bit better. And having an open, like not just assuming, definitely not just assuming, having an open dialogue around that. Okay, would you rather I fold these towels wrong? Would you rather sit and show me how to fold these towels correctly, or would you rather do it yourself? And like going from there. But then there's going to be like that's just folding the towels, right? You can learn a new way of folding the towels. But then there's going to be certain things where it's like no, you can't do it in the way they want it because it's like something that only they can do, something that only they know. It can be a feeling, a vibe, right? And so like that's a really good circumstance where like that's not an option. The option might be they need to make space for that, or they need to make space for the fact they have to do it themselves. Yeah. And so it is difficult to navigate those circumstances within a relationship, but like you just have to remember that really underlying foundation of remembering that these are disabilities and having empathy and compassion for each other like in that context. It's difficult to be a carer for someone with autism. It's difficult to have autism, to be autistic, right? Like it's like that's difficult. That's hard. It's hard for everyone here, and it's not anyone necessarily doing anything to anyone else. It's the two of you. You know, you're in a relationship. You care for each other. You love each other. I mean, I could hope, and you're in a team together working against those kind of issues. It can just be hard to see that in the moment because can feel very personal. It can feel like you are doing this thing to me when it's like not the case at all. Okay, I'm just taking a bite of my food. Don't mind me. I'm sorry. I wish there was like an easier solution to that, but that's like the eternal day-to-day struggle when it comes to autistic relationships. Look at me. I'm remembering to eat. All right. It is time. I even left it open. I have no familiarity with the current socio-economic crisis of Mongolia, and so I am not in a position with which to comment. Success. Ta-da! Yes, everything must be the correct color before we can proceed. Yeah, I know that like my uh like my husband who's autistic as well absolutely must have the dishwasher stacked in a certain way. Um to the point where even if I have stacked it, if it is done incorrectly, like he would stack it. Um and it certainly like discourages me from stacking the dishwasher because I'm just gonna do it wrong. But also, I know that like if he's at work for the day and I'm not, and I'm at home, that's a really good day for me to get an entire dishwasher cycle done because it doesn't bother him if the dishes were washed and they were stacked differently. Like that doesn't bother him at all. What bothers him is seeing it stacked wrong. And so if I can keep it out of sight, like that is an effort I can make there because I've tried doing it correctly. I've tried learning. I still do it incorrectly. Um, uh, and so I will make extra effort to make sure that the dishwasher is done out of sight from him so that I can still contribute to the dishwasher, like doing the dishes, but not cause him distress over having it done incorrectly. Um, oh, and we need better lighting as well. That's okay, so the dog is snoring loud. I apologize. Can you not? And yet he does. All right. Okay, I like it. I like it. I like it. Yeah, it's not that it's okay. So by correctly, I don't mean like in a way that's optimizing to have the dishes clean because I'm in a complete agreement there. It's like, no, the forks must be in this specific position, like in this order. Like it has to go like forks, spoons, knives, set out exactly like this. Like it does. This does not have to do with the efficiency of being actually washed. This is just like an autistic preference, so to speak. Um, gonna do. Um. Oh, I know. I know. I know. All right, just everyone needs to bear with me while I reorganize. All right, I'm gonna fix everything up. I just need the it's done correctly. All right. Fantastic. All right, we're gonna have the fruit and veggie section here now because that's just where the fruit and veggie section go, and I will not be questions. You know, I don't know if that's if that's actually, you know what? I hate that layout. I hate that. I hate that so much. I don't know if that's so much an autistic preference rather than like maybe some executive dysfunction. Is that idea out there? I don't know how I'm going to be laying out all. No, I do know. I know exactly how I'm going to lay out all this. Exactly. Except for the fruits and veggies. I haven't decided that yet. Same foods is going very well. Hello, Magical. If you listen to podcasts and or YouTube videos while doing stuff, is it easier? Yes, it's certainly easier for me. That's actually a very common technique to help overcome ADHD executive dysfunction. I'm doing my life. I'm picking the fruit and veggies. I don't have a plan. Having a plan's so toxic. Look, okay. I'm so sorry. I did not read the joke there. I took a little. Okay. I don't know what you want from me. How am I doing this? I sort of don't really want the fruit and veggies in front of the window like that. It doesn't look terrible. It just doesn't look great. I can deal with it. Actually, I'm gonna sell that. That's what. Yes, but same foods is going well. We have expanded. I need to buy new lights as well. We expanded. We are. It's looking good. It is looking. That there. This there. Then. I like that better. I might like that better. I think I like that better. Can autism result in misinterpreting sensations of general fatigue as signs of impending doom? Um, Look, with autistics, having interoception issues is very common, and interpreting one bodily signal as another and getting them mixed up is more common, right? Like that's something that definitely happens. I haven't heard that one before, but that's not to say like because it's usually like a hot cold thing or like I know with me instead of me detecting like knowing that I'm hot, I get angry. I get angry. Like that's the first sign that I'm overheating is to get angry. And so uh general fatigue is impending doom. Maybe that's definitely something you should speak to your doctor psychologist or psychiatrist about. Um, you know, I like that. I like that. I like that. That's fine. Feel a bit feels a bit squeezy still. I just add a bit more. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. Bear with me. Oh, we have all the room for more shelves now. This is great. Therapist approved. It's like the veggie section and have aisles. Oh my gosh, actual aisles. Uh, can you like my I'm not gonna reorganize all the shelves right now. I'm gonna wait till the next product license and then I'm gonna reorganize them. Now I shall restock. Beep 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 beep. These and two, two. These. Perfection. Oh, it's so satisfying. This is exactly what I needed today. All right, I think we are just about restocked. I'm just gonna touch my employees to make them go faster. I may have ordered a lot. You read this in real life? Is it depressing seeing someone do it fun? You be having as much fun as I'm having right now? Big or the small ones? Yeah? Yeah. Nope. Kinda. Yeah, okay. Okay, you get what. Yeah, I mean, like, I can just put this down whenever I want to, right? Do you have to deal with customers? I always found customer service very difficult when I was a teenager and working a customer service job. So I do think being on my feet 8 hours a day for work is very tiring. Yes, agreed. Um, Not so bad when I'm moving around, but when I have to stand still in one spot for a long time, God, like, end up in a lot of pain at the end of the day. It's the EDS in my case, the Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. I remember I used to work at a news agency as a teenager, and like after a full day there, which I would do very regularly, like I could barely walk the next day. Like I'd have all the painkillers. Um, Now knowing what I know about Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, that makes complete perfect sense. Is it like on your feet, like no sitting down at all? Did I put the candy? Speaking of candy, I have candy. Yes. Where on earth did I put the candy? Can anyone see it? Am I cooked? Am I actually cooked? I do not see this candy anywhere. Oh, there it is. Oh my god, that took way too long. Riveting viewing, I assure you. I'm quite pleased because my Phasmophobia stream the other day was pretty good. So I think I am going to be playing some more Phasmophobia on here occasionally. But I definitely just wanted to come back to same foods today. Just some relaxing beepity beep beeps and stocking shelves. I've been holding off playing this without the stream. I want everyone to know that. That sometimes I just want to play this game. But um don't have the energy to be like answering questions at a particular time, but um don't want people to miss out on the development of same foods. And so I've been holding off until I have the energy to answer questions at the same time. Oh, and for those of you who haven't already, James and I, so James, one of the clinical psychologists at the practice, we're doing a stream together this Friday at 7 p.m. And if you go to my profile, um, at the top there should be a link to the event, and you can register for the event there. So I think your phone gives you a little ding when we get started, and James will be around to answer some questions as well, and we'll be playing Power Wash Simulator again. That's just a good time, a nice relaxing time, very satisfying. Where are we? Oh no, I ordered too much chicken. Faster. Come on, feet up. Show a bit of life about you. Oh no. Ta-da! 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 Oh no, I ordered too much. What was I doing when I was ordering, when I was restocking? Clearly not paying attention. Well, and then we will open up for the day. Did I pay my bills? Did I check the prices? Unclear. No, I did not check the prices. $7.70. 80. Yeah. Alright, good. That's done. And pay the bills. Ooh, I'm almost completely out of money, but that's okay because we expanded today. So what I need to get the next product license is I probably need another shelf for the storage. Not by probably, I definitely need another shelf for the storage. And I need some more shelves for the aisles. But we are in a very, actually should buy some more lights as well. We're in a very, very good position to I'll just order some new lights. I think I can actually afford it right now. I will do it. Not me. Nope. Market. Spotlight. I think I need at least 4. Ooh, I can afford it. Barely, but I did it. Perfection. Close. Ta-da! All right, I'm going to open the store now, and customers can come in, and I can just that thing. Look, is it a perfect layout of lights? No. Does it hurt me a little bit? Am I changing it? Not right now. Thank you for the questions. I will, however, do this custom order. 5 candy, 1, 2, 3, and some bottled water. 4 sugar, 3, and some rice. Brilliant. All right. Watch my precision expert driving in action. Where was she? Yeah, that's pretty sure I can squeeze through here. Yes. Look at this. I don't know why that car was in my way. Okay. Success. Dude, learn to drive. Thank you. Oh my god. Am I the only one who has my damn license in this town? Fantastic. Alright, let's go. Actually, I may need to show you something. I'm going to Sweden in about 2 months' time. And I'm going to be freezing my butt off. And I have like a stash of clothes over there waiting for me, some winter clothes, but I needed a couple more things, and I was also very anxious for the trip there because it's like, well, I don't have my winter clothes and I have to travel through some serious winter weather in order to obtain my winter clothes. And so I may have purchased one or two things, and I do just need to show everyone the beanie that I got today because I just think the world needs to. So this is my, and I think it completely encapsulates everything that I am as a person. Yeah. And so this is how I'm gonna stay warm in oh, it's not definitely gonna snow, but in potential snow. That's pretty good. Right. Beep 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 beep. Thank you for your money. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that people appreciate the beanie. I would be wearing it right now if my headphones fit over it properly, and it sort of doesn't. But it's, you know what? I'm just gonna try. I'm just gonna see if my headphones fit over it because I just want to be wearing it. Look, I don't think it quite works. But maybe it does actually. Maybe it does. But this is premium winter fashion, people. If you're looking for fashion tips, I have them all right here for you. And this beanie is winter fashion. It's what's in this season. Everyone's under my chin. I don't like anything touching my neck like that. So, but not a bad idea otherwise. Beep 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 beep. I think this works. I think this works. Do I look slightly amazing? Yes, I do. For asking. Beep 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 beep. Perfection. Beep 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 beep. Look, the suggestion is very appreciated. Make no mistake. Beep 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 beep. Can you not make those noises right near the microphone, please? All right. Well, you have to come and say hello to everyone now. I'm saying hello to chat. It's Herman. We love Herman. You good, buddy? It's gonna fall asleep like that? That's not a good spot to fall asleep, my dude. Alright, I'm gonna put you back in your bed. Go lay down. Oh, thank you! Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. That's a lot of sushi, good sir. Are you okay? I get sushi when I'm having a bad day, so maybe I'm projecting. That's a lot of chocolate. This dude knows what's up. Thank you. Have a nice day. Wonderful. Thank you for coming to Same Foods. Beep, 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 beep. Perfection. Beep, 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 beep. All right, we're gonna do a custom order. Where are we? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 3, 4, 5. And 1, 2. Beautiful. Nora. And Felix. Salmon is in the fridge section, of course. Which is here. There we go. Nordic Harbour Salmon. Of course, it would be the Nordics. Sushi is here. Sushi's quite popular today. Oh yeah, I'm almost out of time on this one. I better go visit Felix first. All right. Right. I can do this. I can do this. I just need to make sure that the checkouts aren't gonna fill up in the meantime. All right. 50 cents. There we go. All right, and then we go to Felix, who is right over there. I am the greatest grocery store manager that has ever existed. Like, this is customer commitment and care right here. This loser would get out of my way. Ta-da! And then where's Nora? Oh, well, my life flashed before my eyes just then. I'm glad this is not Grand Theft Auto. I would be a little bit dead. Hello, Leah. Leah, welcome. Beautiful. Beep, 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 beep. Leah, do you like my beanie? I got it for my Swedish winter coming up. And I just think it encapsulates everything that I am as a person. Beep, 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 beep. No stealing allowed. No stealing allowed. It's my beanie. Perfection. Ooh, big spender. I like it. Thank you. You can come back anytime. That is a lot of rice. Thank you. Have a nice day. Yes, it is absolute perfection. I got some snow gloves too. So, and my snow gloves are very adorable, but I'm not going to. Thank you for the gift, Leah. And now the fireworks aren't scaring the crap out of me because I'm not playing Phasmophobia right now. Actually, I should probably eat soon. Although, rather than going actual food with substance, I do have this entire block of chocolate here to consume. There was a firework sound. Was there not? Did it not play the firework sound for everyone? I heard the fireworks sound on my end. Let me test. I'm gonna test it. Give me a sec. Where are we? Did it play the fireworks sound? Just waiting. Okay, it's not A4 paper size. It is only about 2/3 of that. Okay, I'll have you know that it's a square for one. Cool. All right. Excellent. Okay, I need to change the prices. There we go. Perfection. And what's on the agenda for today? I think today we restock and we purchase some more warehouse shelves. That is in preparation for our new product license. That sounds like a good plan. Also, I should touch these guys because they're a bit slow. Come on, have your morning touchies. For any business owners out there, touching your employees first thing in the morning leads to better results throughout the day. Thank you. Yes, we just got the expansion, the space expansion on the store, so it does look pretty good. That is not. I just want to make that clear. That was not official business advice. Actually, very restocked considering how much we sold yesterday. It's pretty good. Can you not like? I don't know why they keep delivering the boxes on top of my parking spot. Like, quite frankly, I think it's rude. It's rude and unprofessional. Touchy touch, nice milk. Yep, 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 yep. You know, I should actually make a custom sticker for the nice milk comment. I think it's warranted. At this point, quite frankly, it's enough of a meme. We can do it. We. Oh my gosh, someone named Lumber Snack joined. That is the greatest username I've ever seen in my life. Lumber Snack. I think my life is complete. It is just it's yeah, it's brilliant. I like it. Like I thought I knew what I wanted out of life. And I realized in this moment that I didn't actually like, and now I knew what I really needed was just to see this username. Lumber snack. Oh no, I need more rice. I gotta order more rice. Go, 1, 2, 3, ta-da! And then I need one more peanut butter. And one more oil. Alright. That's good enough. That's good enough. We can more or less open with that. Ta-da! Let's turn the lights on. Oh, and we have plenty of money to buy some more warehouse shelves for our upcoming new product launch. Which we should do. Three should be sufficient. Where will I fit them? That's a good question. I'm sure I can get away with not having to expand my storage just yet. I just need to make it slightly more cramped in here. And I'm willing to do that. Yes. Beautiful. All right, and that gives us plenty of storage for our new product license. Fantastic. Speaking of which, the new product license is how much money? All right, it's 2,800, and I probably need an extra 3,000 to make sure I can stock everything correctly. And I need new shelves. I can actually afford the new shelves right now. I'm gonna buy them right now. Actually, what is in that product license? Bear with me. Crab stick. I think that's a fridge item. Hot sauce, ice cream, chocolate. Okay, so that's gonna be a freezer. Pizza's a freezer. Okay, so we need some more freezers. We need some more shelves. I like it. Let's get some more freezers. 2 of those. And some more shelves. 4 of those. Beautiful. It's all happening. Actually, I need another fridge too, don't I? I'm gonna order that as well. All right. So next up is product license and stocking those new products. Oh, and now I think it almost warrants aisle numbers, aisle number signs. I think we're just about there. Oh shit, I have a job to do. Beep 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 beep. No one heard me swear. No one heard me swear. Perfect. You're so schmancy. Beautiful. What time is it? Excellent. I started streaming quite early today, so. Bing! Okay, everyone can just hold their horses. Does that feel? That feels fine. That feels fine, right? It feels fine. It feels fine. Oh, that's my new fridge, which I will put over here. Success. All the room. I really need one more shelf, hey? Like, that's non-negotiable. All right, let's get another shelf. Oh. Why do I have 3 already in my cart? I'm gonna buy them. Perfect. Oh, we are so incredibly well placed for expanding now. This is great. I can actually still put this here too. Yeah, I think that kind of works. Look, It's a little cramped, sort of, but oh my god. Beep 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 beep. Perfect. Oh no, that is too much money. I apologize, sir. Beep 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 beep. Thank you. Have a nice day. Beep 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 beep. Perfection. Yes, Joseph, we know that you're there. We can see you. We can see you there. Confess. Confess your presence to us all. Beep, 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 beep. Beautiful. I see everything. You're like Batman. Yeah, I guess. I can see it. I can see it. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Yes, your likes are greatly, greatly appreciated. Oh, this is starting to look pretty schmick, actually. Like, other than the fact that everything's empty. It's looking like a grocery store. Rather than a shady money laundering operation. The fact that the shelves are so empty is a little sus, I admit, but they won't be empty for long. Beep, 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 beep. Ooh, my game just froze for a second there. I'm just saving it because we all remember what happened last time when I lost horrible amounts of progress. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Looks like Aldi level. It's Aldi level. Yes. Oh my gosh. Leah compared me to Aldi. This is the greatest day of my life. This is all I ever wanted. This is all I ever wanted. Hello. Good morning, Robin. How are you going? Oh, hello. Don't worry me, I'm just getting distracted. Beep, 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 beep. Perfection. Wonderful. Beep, 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 beep. Beautiful. Oh, all right. I'm getting impatient, and I sort of just want to take out the $5,000 loan in order to get a new product for tomorrow. And I think I'm going to do that because I feel like it. Found a bookstore version of this. Oh, what's it called? Please, please, please type the full name of it into chat immediately. You got hunted on Phas. No, you don't need keys to escape, Leah. On Phasmophobia, when the hunt starts, the front door locks, and it will unlock after the hunt is over. Thank you for sharing the live. It's very much appreciated. Oh, the day's over. Yes. Ta-da! All right, let me change the. I'm going to take out the loan because I just want a new. I want the new products, and I'm not willing to wait another day for it, and everyone can just deal with that. Bookshop Simulator. Okay, Bookshop Simulator. It sounds like it delivers what it promises. You know. Ta-da! All right. Let me take out a loan. And let me get the new product license. And now, what do you remember from last time we bought product licenses? We only buy one at a time. How exciting! Okay, let's buy these new products. All right, I think if we just get 4 of everything. Actually, from memory, the pizza was a lot by itself. I might just get 2 pizza and just see where we're at with that. 4, 4, 4, 4, 2. Perfect. Oh, that does, Robin, that does actually seem like a great video suggestion. Thank you. Thank you for putting that into chat. All right. This is the plan. I'm going to move this. I'm going to move this one over. I'm going to like cheeses. That's fish. All right, so let's move like the fish over here. This over here. This also has like meat and stuff in it, right? I got this. Bear with me. All right, so no, that's all wrong. That's all incorrect. All right. Cheeses, fish, meat, dairy. Okay, so dairy can go there. All right, that makes enough sense to me for now. All right, crab sticks can go down. Oh, that's a freezer. Oh, that's a freezer product as well. Oh, I didn't know that. I think what we do is huh. Can I buy the bullet and get more freezers now? No, I don't think I need to do that. I don't think I need to do that. What I'm going to do is take out these pizzas. The new pizzas will go there. And see, that just seems like an awful lot of fries. Right. What am I going to do with myself? All right. Oh, I need to turn my dudes off while I'm doing this. We've learned this lesson before. We need to turn off my dudes. Do I work with children or adults? I work with both. Yeah. You're still on your bike and freezer list. That's a lot. Okay. Well, yes, your sharing of the live is just extremely, extremely appreciated. So, good job. Thank you. The other way that people can support the work I do as well is leaving a positive review for the practice. So, like, if you enjoy the information that you get from these lives, and if you get stuff out of our lives, leaving a positive review for Blackbird Psychology on Google is also very much appreciated. what I want to do is the pros and cons of an adult being diagnosed with autism can have negative consequences. Yes, it can absolutely have negative consequences. That's why, like, the decision to get diagnosed is, like, very heavily dependent upon, like, your personal circumstances and your presentation. So, let me go through what some of the like negative consequences of getting diagnosed are. So for example, if you have a diagnosis of autism, it unfortunately, and it shouldn't, but this is the unfortunate reality of the world in which we currently exist in, can lead to like medical discrimination from certain health professionals, and can impact like the quality of care you receive. Now, I would hope that, you know, that doesn't happen, and like that shouldn't. But like let's not pretend that kind of thing doesn't happen, because it absolutely does. It can impact your ability to immigrate to New Zealand. Weirdly, it can impact your ability to join the military if you want to join the military. Disclosing your diagnosis to your workplace can lead to discrimination within the workplace. It's also going through the actual assessment process itself can be very taxing and triggering. And like that's something that people should definitely think about before actually like committing to undergoing a full assessment. Yeah. Ta-da! And getting an assessment itself is also quite expensive, and like not everyone is in a position where they're able to afford it, unfortunately. Look, I'm not saying that there aren't autistic people in the military. It's just having that actual diagnosis on your record can absolutely impact your ability to gain entry if that's what you're seeking. What makes the assessment taxing or triggering? No, you are able to move to Australia still. It can just make the process a bit more difficult. Whereas New Zealand can exclude you completely because of that. What makes the assessment taxing or triggering? Okay, so autism is inherently a social neurodevelopmental disability, right? It impacts your ability to like socialize with others, and what that often leads to is just put out this mayonnaise. Is to a lot of complex social trauma, right? Social exclusion, social rejection, which if you are a high-masking adult was previously like quite unexplained, right? Like in not knowing you're autistic, like you end up with all other kinds of like negative labels, right? Like weird, like a freak, strange, different, nerd, like all kinds of things. And fish. Where am I storing fish? Right here. And if you're sitting down in an assessment and you have to talk about for hours and hours all the details around like possibly decades of social exclusion and rejection that you've had to go through, that in and of itself can be quite like triggering of complex post-traumatic stress disorder, which a lot of autistic people have. On top of that, you can also like have to talk about like specific traumatic events too, especially when there's like a co-occurring post-traumatic stress disorder. Like unfortunately, as part of the assessment, we kind of need details about that in order to properly assess. And talking about trauma can be extremely difficult. And it it is a very stressful process because, look, most people that get assessed, they're not getting assessed because they're having a good time with life. Things can be like they usually, because the assessment is like quite expensive and long, like no one's doing it for fun. I'm sure there have been people who do it for fun, but like it's not a thing you do for fun. It's a thing you do because you're struggling. Um, uh, and like often when you're going into an assessment, you're already in like quite a vulnerable place, and then to have to just be kind of grilled about it for hours, um, and knowing that like your well-being can be at stake in terms of what the results are. Like you are needing this diagnosis for additional support, like a lot of people are, and you don't even know what the outcome's going to be until like potentially weeks after the assessment, and so that is in and of itself like quite a taxing thing. People are often extremely nervous coming into the assessment and extremely nervous coming into their feedback session where they actually receive the results. And we try and make it like as as easy as possible. But it is just still like quite a process. Oh no. No, that's wrong. No, that's wrong. Oh, right. Oh no. All right, I need to order a big sushi to go put it on the shelf. Sec. Um, Automatically being assessed for PTSD as well. I mean, I think that's like a responsible thing to do, especially because PTSD and autism like can look very similar on the surface. Um, like you have to actually like go into detail in order to sort of pull it apart. Is the assessment similar to the ADHD assessment? No, the autism assessment is like it has an interview component like the ADHD assessment, but they're quite different as well. It sort of depends on the assessment tool that's used, really. Um, but no, there's like ADHD is very interview based, whereas autism assessment like there's some observation in an ADHD assessment where you're like observing how the client actually behaves. But there's a lot more of that in the actual autism assessment as well. Especially when you're assessing high masking presentations too. We All right. The sauces. I'm going to put the sauces here. Hot sauce. Perfection. Uh-oh. Oh, that's different. All right, that's fine. Wee. Okay, I need to work out what I'm doing with the extra pizza and the extra fries. Um, what am I doing with it? It's plenty of the fries. I actually do think I want to. Okay, no one judge me. I'm chucking this pizza out. It's just it. Oh, I can't. I can't. I can't. Oh God. Well, close enough. And then I'm going to move this fries. And then when I have a box that I can put the pizza in, I'll put the pizza in the box if it's still there. All right. Well, I feel really guilty about this now. I'm going to pick the pizza back up because I feel bad. Action. Oh, yeah. Actually, I need to think about my dinner soon is what I need to do. Look, I feel bad, okay? It's just, I know it's digital pizza, but like, don't laugh at me. It's mean. You're not allowed to laugh at me. Yeah, well, I think when assessing someone for ADHD, because of the really high co-occurrence rate of autism should at least be screened for by default. It's understandable if someone previously didn't do that, but I think these days, knowing what we know, like, it's just a responsible thing to do. All right, and now I can turn my dudes back on. There we go. Ta-da! Ta-da! Excellent. And then I have to touch them to get them moving faster. Touch, 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 touch. And you too. You're not escaping. And we should just, in general, restock. Okay. So CPTSD is complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and you also have post-traumatic stress disorder. The difference between those two is the type of trauma that caused it. So trauma, so not complex trauma, but trauma is defined like in the DSM as being like an event where your safety like your life was effectively threatened, right? Or adjacent to that, as in you witnessed that happen. So think of like a house fire, a car crash, a violent fight, that kind of thing. Whereas complex trauma is trauma that kind of like death by a thousand cuts sort of trauma that was drawn out. It wasn't necessarily your life that was at risk, but your safety was constantly threatened. Your safety, your sense of self was constantly threatened. So that would be like years of bullying, living in a psychologically abusive household, and then with autistics, like being exposed to sensory input that you found like unbearable, but that you had to endure, that kind of thing. Hello. Does multiple PTSD events equate to CPTSD? Well, that's a good question. Yes, it can. Kind of not. That's probably like a really simplified way of putting it, but yes, it can. Yes. And they tend to have the same symptoms as well. Yeah, and it can be like lower range, so to speak. So like bullying in like a schoolyard, right? Like to call an incidence of bullying in the schoolyard as trauma, right? That might be going like too far, right? But for like 5 years straight of it, day after day, or a dozen very specific events that were quite intense, then yes, like you can see why that would lead to post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, complex post-traumatic stress disorder has only very recently actually been recognized, and I don't believe it's actually a formal diagnosis yet either. Like, it's not technically a diagnosis that exists in the DSM-5 yet. But it's one of the ones where it's like, okay, we know about it. It's commonly accepted. We sort of will diagnose that, but technically as a diagnosis, it doesn't exist yet. I imagine the next revision of the DSM-5 will amend that. All right, so I just need to make an amendment to these shelves. This should absolutely not be there. The cereal needs to be next to the sugar. And actually, I'm thinking that the yummy things need to be next to the cereal. Is it treated differently from PTSD? In terms of like therapeutically, it depends. It depends. Things like traditional therapies like exposure therapy for PTSD, some early research would indicate that exposure therapy for CPTSD is not the way to go, right? Because like that's sort of what caused it was like long-term exposure. And it's also very difficult to talk about CPTSD in the same way, right? Because it's not any like sort of one event, it's these small things that, like I say small, but like it's very hard to accurately depict that to someone and feel like they're appreciating the severity of what you're talking about, right? Because if you're explaining a really violent, horrible car crash, like you can tell that to someone and they can be like, oh yeah, like that's awful. But when you're like, oh yes, this kid called me names for a year, it's like, oh, is that all? Like, well, no, it's so much more than that, but it's hard to encompass in words. Yeah, it's interesting because it's like should have been diagnosed. It's like, well, did the diagnosis exist then? Like when, because it's kind of like, well, I should have been diagnosed with autism, but it's like autism wasn't conceptualized. Like my presentation wasn't conceptualized in the way that it is now, right? Like understanding has grown. And it's like that's like the most correct diagnosis based on like what we know now too. But it's like also very, very early days for CPTSD. So it's like, yes, that can be correct, but it's like, but depending on when you were like, you know, being assessed or whatever, it wasn't necessarily ever going to actually be diagnosed. Possibly, I don't know, but just depending on the time period, right? Actually, I do want to move a couple. So that's like cleaning products, bathroom, hygiene, coffee and tea. The rice here, that doesn't sit well with me. The rice needs to be moved. The rice is wrong. Oh, that's right. I had too much of this. Oh my God, I have too much of this flour. Fudge. You know what? I'm just going to chuck these pizzas here for a second. That's better, right? That's better. Better. Let me take these pizzas back. And then we just have to keep an eye on being able to restock the pizzas ourselves. There we go. Yeah, I know, exactly. I agree. Like being called names for you can be extremely damaging, but it's hard to convey how damaging that can be when you're speaking to someone about it compared to when you're speaking about a car crash, right? Like that's very dramatic details. And like both can be like getting called names for a year can be even more damaging on the psyche than a car crash, for example, right? But so what I was sort of getting at is like it creates a different environment for talk therapy because a lot of people with CPTSD feel like it's harder for the gravity of their trauma, the extent of their trauma to be appropriately understood. But there's other therapeutic techniques like EMDR, for example, that uses like the eye movement to help process trauma. That's shown to be like just as effective for PTSD and CPTSD. And talk therapy can absolutely be effective for CPTSD. There's just like an extra layer of complexity, which is why it's sort of complex trauma, right? We faster. Why am I holding this? I should go a bit this way. Can they hurry up, please? What am I paying you for? Touch, 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 touch. Also, have I paid my bills? I have. Have I paid my loan repayments? Yes. Brilliant. Where's my other stock dude? Why are you just standing there doing nothing? Oh, you're not. You're restocking. Well, my apologies. Now I just seem like a bit of a bee. Did you just teleport? Am I cooked? Did we just see him teleport? Yeah, I think very highly of EMDR personally. Very highly. It's not for everyone though. It's not for everyone. Some people have had negative experiences with it. But yes, yeah, EMDR is like again early days with the research, but it looks like it's could potentially be the most effective form of trauma treatment that humanity has come up with by like not just a little bit, by like a long ways. I touchy to the point they teleport exactly. You know, I wish I had the footage of the first time I said nice milk to a customer, and it's sad that I don't. Because I absolutely should have been clipped. Actually, you know what? I might actually have it somewhere. It might be on my computer. I'll have to have a look. Oh no, I ordered too much cake. Cake actually sounds alright. Maybe I need food. I think I need food. I think I'm hungry. Alright, while these boys are restocking, I'm going to get myself some food. And this is a very good opportunity for everyone to attend to their self-care needs in terms of medication, food, and water. Or I shall be back in a few minutes. And I will put Sergeant Milk in my chair to supervise. Ta-da! Herman, what did you do? What'd you do, buddy? Does anyone want to... They go through the wall? Ah. Oh yeah, okay. That's a good suggestion, Robin. A puppy just moved the mouse. Okay, Herman, confess what you have done. Confess your crimes. Yeah, spot. Yeah. Success. You're a good boy. Now, I need to tell you about... Okay, so I was playing Path of Exile, and I was learning how to speedrun Path of Exile, right? And I was in the middle of a run, and I was streaming, and I had to go to the bathroom, so I paused my run, I went to the bathroom, I came back, and I just got completely confused with where I was and where I was up to. I'm just like, I could have sworn I was somewhere else. And then I was getting coached. So after I was getting coached at the time to get better at speedrunning. So after I was done, was reviewing the footage, and I was going to review the part where I gotten confused. And this little thing, this would have been my fastest run ever too. Actually, I think it still was my fastest run ever. Like at the time, I still beat my best time, and I've gotten a better time since then. But this little dude, when I was in the bathroom, stepped on the keyboard and teleported me to a different part of the game, which is why when I came back, I was like, "Where am I? What am I doing?" And he sabotaged me. He sabotaged me, and I haven't forgiven him. I don't know if I ever will. Every time I look in this adorable boy's eyes, I just remember that I could have been faster on that specific run of Path of Exile several years ago. He'll be like snoring, and this took me a while to work out, and I also caught this on camera from streaming Path of Exile. I go to the bathroom, I'd come back, and he'd be snoring still, just fast asleep, snoring. And I'd be like, have I eaten that much? I feel like I haven't eaten that much. And this little dude will be asleep, go have a little nibble on my food, and then when he hears me coming back, he'll go back and go pretend to be asleep, right? And so I trusted him. I trusted him for so long, and I don't know how long he was stealing my food for, because he's always the good one about food, right? He's the one that doesn't touch my food. The other one will go after my food in a heartbeat, right? And I don't know. He's been gaslighting me. He's been gaslighting me the entire time. Possibly. I don't know. I don't know if this is a new behavior or an old one. But how can I ever trust him again? He's willing to lie to me to steal my food. So I know. Hello. Right, I'm gonna just move the mic away from my mouth while I'm making. I'm good today, Yusuf. How are you? Okay. Back to same foods. All right. Everyone's on their job. Just gonna do a final restock. And then we'll start the next day. Now, you see, I have to eat my dinner in stages because I've had a gastric sleeve, right? I have to eat like a couple of bites and then like wait 20 minutes, and then I can have a couple more bites, and then I have to wait 20 minutes, and then I can have a couple more bites. And so eating's always just a process. Oh, I have no money. Oh God, I'm poor. I'm poor. I'm just a poor boy. What is the drink I was drinking? I was drinking Pepsi Max because it is caffeinated and carbonated and sweet, and that is what every drink should be. Oh no, I ordered too much sushi. Why do I always do this? No, put these away. I wanna open. Actually, I can probably hit the open button now, and then by the time they're done, customers here. Am I still playing the same game? Yes, I am still playing the same game. I think I haven't actually streamed this particular game since the last time you saw me. I hadn't touched it. I played some Phasmophobia as well, and some Power Wash Simulator. I was thinking of playing Hades 2 on stream. But I don't know what people are liking. But if anyone's interested in me playing Hades 2 instead, that's something I would be willing to do. But I find this game very relaxing, and I just needed some beep 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 time. Like, there are certain games I will speedrun. This is not one of them. This is a relaxing game. Am I vegan? I know I am not vegan. Hello. This game, yes, is also very good. Like, whereas like Phasmophobia and Hades, they're not good answering. Oh, I mean, Hades could be because it's just like between rooms, right? No, Yusuf, I'm not interested. Thank you. Oh, yes, you're a good boy. You're a good boy. Oh my god, look, Herman right now. Let me show you what he's doing. I'm trying to like get the camera much lower, but he was just like pushing his head under my arm. Yes, oh, I know you need attention. I'm so sorry. I'll never neglect you again. I'll never neglect you again. It's a hard. Okay, doing it again. Okay, yes, you're very good boy. How about we go put you on the bed, and you go lay down? Apparently, no. Give him everything. Okay. Come here. Come here. Do I have to get the blankie? Do we have to get the blankie? Where's the blankie gone? Where's your blankie? Oh, it's in the wash. It's in the wash because I spilt my Pepsi on it the other day. I'm sorry, there's no blankie. Yeah. Why don't you sit right here? Okay, now. Okay, well, then stay there. If you're going to stay there, stay there. Let me. Oh, my camera back up. Okay. Ta-da! All right. Beep 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 beep. Perfect. Beep 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 beep. I'm selling a product without sending its price. Oh no, the prophecy! The prophecy! Oh, it's fine. Fine. Where are we? $10.30. No, that's $1.30. $10.30. And $4.30. And hello, Herman. And $5.20. And Herman, that's Herman, not right now. Herman, please. I know, I love you too. I know, you're very handsome. Yes, you're very handsome. No, that's too much. Herman, please. Please, my son. Yes, I know. Oh, I know. No, this little boy, he is absolutely obsessed with me. He has been from the day I got him. And in a perfect world, I think he would be under my skin. Like, that's how close he wants to be with me. And he's also the wedge in my marriage because if I'm trying to cuddle with my husband, can you not the microphone, dude, not the microphone. trying to cuddle with my husband, he gets jealous and he has to wedge himself in the middle. Like, he likes being compressed. Give me your beanie and I'll pretend. Okay. Yes, you're very handsome. Very handsome. Yes. Okay. Alright, I'll give a bit more Herman action. Like, how low can I get this without it? You good? You good? Okay. Okay. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. I can't believe I sold a bunch of the new products for free. That's rude. That'll teach me. Beep. Oops, that's not what I wanted. What did I press? Whatever. There we go. I take Coco the avoidant. No, I love my needy boy. I love my needy boy. It's just sometimes his neediness is a lot. Beep 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 beep. The chances of having autism, do I know what the chances are of having a child with autism? My partner has a brother with severe autism. Look, I can't tell you the exact chances. And even then it depends on, like, autism is highly hereditary, right? Like, it runs in families. So while I can't give you a specific number, I can say that there is a if there is a blood relative of your child to be who is autistic, then you certainly have dramatically increased chances of having an autistic child, compared to someone who doesn't. Like, that's I'm sure if we had a geneticist here, they would be able to give you an approximate average figure when you're looking at, like, average in terms of the population and how closely related. But even then, that would just be averages, because it also, like, autism isn't just like a single gene. There's a lot going on involved in terms of like the different genes that lead to a predisposition for autism, and then there's also environmental factors that can contribute to whether a child is autistic or not. And a lot of that research is just, like, in its early stages. It's just developing. It's yeah. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. How should I be reacting to a neurotypical who says, "Why don't you take your meds? I literally hate ADHD meds." I mean, like, I think that depends on who's saying it to you and how they're saying it to you and how you want to handle that situation. And, like, how much that relationship with that person means to you. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, it's your medical decision and it's none of their business. And ADHD medication is not for everyone. But really, it's none of their business. Like, bro, why are you asking about my meds? Like, do you want to relay your own medical history? Don't say that to them. But, like, if that's not a conversation you want to have, then shut down the conversation. I mean, I'm assuming that place is coming, like, that's coming from a place of ignorant and not, like, genuine curiosity. Like, if it's, like, a genuine curiosity thing, I mean, I imagine you would just answer it, right? If it's like, oh, and so how come you don't take ADHD meds? Like, that's very different to, so how come you're just not medicating? Like, two very different tones there. And it's also not your job to, like, educate everyone about your own disabilities, right? Like, that's not, it's not your responsibility to do that. I was misdiagnosed. I just got a diagnosis of ASD level 2 after 20 years of being told I'm ADHD. Wow, that's like that's really huge. Yeah, that's really huge. Like I hope finding that out can be like a really positive thing for you in the long run. It can be really big finding that out though. Like my camera is still in the wrong spot. It can be like really life-changing news to find that out. So I kind of want to be lighthearted and be like, "Welcome to the Autism Club." I mean, you've already been in it, but now you know that. Now you know you remember. But that's not like necessarily the vibe for everyone when they just find out. Hey, beautiful. I do the. I'm not going to do the extra orders. I'm not. I don't have it in me. Don't have it in me. Oh, can I get rid of the pizzas? No. No, I can't. Well, ooh. I can get rid of the flour, though. Yes, perfection. Okay. I feel a lot of people are using ADHD as an excuse or not even being properly diagnosed. It's annoying. I mean, let's talk about that. I'm sure that does happen. Thank you for the gift. Yes, no, I'm sure that does happen. But it's often a lot more complicated than that, right? So, if someone does have ADHD, it's important to recognize that that is not a psychological problem. That is a neurodevelopmental disorder. Like that person's brain is physically wired different and uses its own neurochemicals, so dopamine and norepinephrine, uses it differently, right? You can scan that person's brain and see that they're not neurotypical, right? It's an actual physical structure difference. That means it can be very difficult for them to initiate tasks. It can be very difficult for them to pay attention. It can be very difficult to regulate their own behavior. And not just difficult as in you need to try harder, difficult as in the wiring is not there with which to do that consistently. And that is out of their control. But all of that is invisible, right? It's just someone sitting there in front of you saying, "I have ADHD," and you don't see that. But you're also all of a sudden hearing a lot more about ADHD diagnosis. Like it's in a bit of the spotlight at the moment, and it's like, okay, yeah, because previously only a very specific subset of people with ADHD were actually recognized, which is like the naughty little white boy in school. Women have historically been completely missed, underdiagnosed, people of color. And even now, even with like, and gifted children being completely missed as well. Gifted ADHDers. Even now, with a growing understanding of those presentations, right? Getting assessed, diagnosed, and medicated, that's really hard to do. Like even in Australia, right? You have psychiatrists with years-long wait lists sometimes, right? Like there's no quick way to get like diagnosed, right? It's very expensive. Like I know, like my initial appointment with my psychiatrist, and this is after I'd been diagnosed, right? It was like $800. Like, fortunately, I was in a position where I can afford that, but not everyone can. Especially if you've had unmedicated ADHD your entire life, that doesn't exactly predispose you to financial success where you can actually afford that, right? It's the opposite. Um, you have to end up in front of a psychiatrist that is familiar, that has kept up to date on their knowledge with ADHD presentations, right? And that is willing to even assess and diagnose it, because not every psychiatrist does that. And then on top of that, there's some psychiatrists who will assess and diagnose it and refuse to medicate it because they don't want to deal with stimulant medications. Like the number of barriers there, and then you have to be able to afford the medication and then remember to go and get it and take it. Like the number of barriers there, it's just, but like I'm sure there's people out there that use it as an excuse, but like certainly in my anecdotal experience, that is the minority. Oh, thank you for the cute little dinosaur. Actually, you should make that a little bit lower, I think. Okay. What was I doing? I haven't had my meds. And my meds are at the other side of the house. What are the odds I'm going to go stand up right now and get them? It's really low. But this is why we have a husband, because husband can go get me my... All right, help me draft this message to my husband, who's in the other room. Dearest husband, love of my life, I am in crisis. For I, comma, your wife, have a neurodevelopmental disorder that prevents me from... Start with that. This is why I have a husband. Okay. Dearest husband, love of my life, I'm in crisis. For I, your wife, have a neurodevelopmental disorder that prevents me from appropriately medicating myself at this time. Please, O Savior of mine, rescue me from this torment, from this unending torment. There we go, from this unending torment. And release me from the harrowing shackles of my neurological torment. No, I used torment twice. Of my neurological prison. There we go. Dearest husband, love of my life, I'm in crisis. For I, your wife, have a neurodevelopmental disorder that prevents me from appropriately medicating myself at this time. Please, O Savior of mine, rescue me from this unending torment and release me from the harrowing shackles of my neurological prison. Yes, there we go. That sounds good, right? That's normal. Hades would sound wherever than getting up. I know, but you see, typing this message out was a dopamine releasing activity, and so I'm able to do that. And then I'll just finish off with, please get my Dex for me. It's in my bedside drawer. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, that was playful and funny. And so that's a really good example of there's no executive dysfunction with that. And in making it playful and funny, I was actually able to do it, right? Whereas if I was just going to send a serious message, I might not have been able to initiate that task. But in making it playful and funny, I am thereby it helps with the ADHD and it helps with the pathological demand avoidance in meeting my own care needs, right? And it will make my husband laugh. Uh, and but actually standing up and going and getting them, that wasn't going to happen. And so, and I'm familiar with my own brain and body, and I know that wasn't going to happen. I had just spent all of that effort on getting myself dinner, right? And so that's one way to sort of sidestep some of the executive function and call upon my surrounding support network to help me take care of myself. Yeah. There you go. There's me demonstrating a lot of what I preach. I'm also having some bites of my food. Thank you for the likes and the follows and your support on the live. Perfect. All right, let us continue. Actually, also, if you're enjoying my lives and you wish to support my work more, another really great way to do that is we see I do these streams as part of my work with Blackbird Psychology. If you would leave a Google review for the lives on the Blackbird Psychology profile on Google, that would also be very much appreciated. I know that's a lot of effort though, so it's okay if you can't. But if you happen to have the energy, that's a really, really great way to also support my work. All right. I need to restock. Beep, 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 beep. 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 Where did my loan? To check. Beep, 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 beep. Good. Man, I wish you could pay to have them like restock stuff for you. Like just do the purchasing. Like I just wanna work the checkouts, man. I just wanna work the checkouts. I wanna do the repetitive thing. Come on. Oh, what's your problem? Ice cream and sushi. Alright, ice cream and that should free you up. And where did I put the ice cream? That's crab sticks. Ice cream. Hello, ice cream? Or is this... No, this is ice cream. It was ice cream. Okay. That should free them up. Right. You've been... Okay, you're free! Yeah, they should have a stock manager employee option. Actually, I'm just gonna see. What are my... Double check that I'm not cooked. Yeah, okay. I'm not cooked. I definitely can't do that. Customer helpers... Dearest husband! Sorry? I did not see your reply. Let me have a look at your reply. My darling wife, when I received your missive, my heart swelled with joy. I think about you always and miss you terribly out here in the living room. I cannot contain my love for you any longer and will set out for the long trek to the craft room. I shall procure you dexamphetamine so that your brain may yet continue to function. Though the journey is perilous, I trust in my skills as an adventurer to keep me safe on my travels. I remain, as always, yours. It's a squid. Can I have a forehead kiss? A gentle one. The gentlest one. The gentlest one. Thank you. Yes, it's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. They have not yet been fed. Yes, please. One. All right, Holmes, it's dinner time for you. Ta-da! Okay. All right. Work. What are we doing? Work. 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 It's a video game, Tash. Calm down. Right here. Oh yes, I need to get this stuff put away. That's what we're doing. Okay. Let me touch my employees so they move faster. Touch, 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 touch. How much are the restockers? Should I get the third restocker? Probably. Restocker 3. Daily wage. Yeah, that's totally worth it. Ta-da! I have another man to touch now. There you go. Touch all. Alright, we'll just get these shelves stocked. Sass. Oh, come here. Ready? And a 1, and a 2, and a 3. Yupsy daisies. Go lay down. No, go lay down. That's not yours. That's my dinner. You just ate. Lay down. Yeah. I don't. It doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect me. Fine, you can come here if you want. Yes. Yes, I did realize that she's stuck outside. Did you let her back in? Okay. Did she wanted to come back in? Yeah. Yes. Okay. My cat figured out how to use the dog door yesterday. It's like half a problem. Herman, you haven't been fed yet. Oh, he's not a smart man. He's not a smart little boy. Here we go. Whoop, 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 whoop. All right. Potatoes. There we go. Yeah, I think the cost is definitely justified. He's smart when he's only smart when he wants to be. He's brainless otherwise. Eggs. Okay, so what are we eyeing next? The next thing that we're eyeing is another product license. I should also make sure I've paid my loan repayments. Oh, steep, hey. Yeah, so and the next product license is oh, it's a produce one. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 produce ones. So we want at least at least 2 more of the green shelves, right? Yeah. All right. That's 3,000. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to be saving up for that one for a while. It's okay. Same foods is going well. Ta-da! Action. Thank you for the follow. Yes, all the likes and follows are very much appreciated. Oh no, I ordered too much. Oh, I do that. I did not work out. I did not work out how much the truck can deliver. It can do a lot. Yeah, it can do a lot. Like seemingly infinite custom orders, and like you can just keep piling the boxes in the back for the wholesalers. I definitely use the wholesalers when we got the meat because the meat's really, really expensive. But I've kind of just been a little bit lazy in terms of like not buying from the wholesalers for the other stuff sort of since then. I've been a little bit more brain off, you know, rather than, and today's definitely like a brain off kind of evening. It was definitely worth the upgrade. Also, I get to ride around in a car. That's cool. Love that. The people out here aren't very good drivers, though. I just want to say that. That's right. I'll just leave the meat right here. That's fine. Probably. My shop is Same Foods. It's an adorable little grocery store. It's actually starting to look like a grocery store, actually. Like I'm pretty pleased with it. I'm pretty pleased. It's coming together. Driving on the footpath, look, they wouldn't put it there if they didn't want me to drive on it. I just want to make that very clear. And it's not my fault if pedestrians get in the way of my car. Like, don't walk on the footpath. What do you want from me? It's my right as a grocery store owner to drive in the designated footpaths and on the road in order to ensure quality customer service and satisfaction through my speedy deliveries. And that's my defense. Like, what do you want? Safety? No, you want quick customer service. I just want to make it very clear that is not Blackbird Psychology's policy. that is a joke in this game. Let's make that real clear right now. I'm also having another bite of my dinner. Look. Leah, you're not my real mom. Hey, little buddy, you back? Come here. Come here. I'll pick you up if you're not here. Come here. It's patient. Come on, Anna, too. Oopsie daisies. Ta-da. You good? There we go. Lay down. Good. Tokyo Drift to my heart's content. That's what this game is. It's not Supermarket Simulator. It's Tokyo Drift, the customer's deliveries to them. All right, we're almost restocked to my satisfaction. I will now open for the day. Beautiful. I'm liking this. It's really looking like a grocery store. I'm so happy. I did get to choose the pink. I chose the pink and I chose the floor color. Oh no, one of my dudes is bricked. What's your problem now? What is it? The steaks. We've got too much beef. There we go. Go put the beef away. Yeah, I like that as well. Unfortunately for the streaming, I do have to have a light right in my face. Right there. That often gives me a bit of a headache after a few hours. But apparently the algorithm demands it, so that's fine. I'll take that hit. Hello, Herman. Yeah, you need to get these shelves filled with stuff. Look at how I'm dealing with the produce. I think if we actually just move the checkouts back a bit and like maybe move that would be the way to go. Hello, beep 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 beep. Really? 2 spray and wipes and a yogurt. That's like fine, I guess. Thank you. Have a nice day. Excellent. Oh, baby boy. Right, we're ready. Bring it. Beep 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 beep. That makes sense. That makes sense. Peanut butter and bread. He likes peanut butter. He likes bread. I approve. Judge their groceries. Hello. Beep 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 beep. That is why do you have so many dishwashing tablets? Like, all right. That's fine, I guess. Have a nice day. I mean, they're expensive, so you know, you do you. Needs a special buy section so you can spend all your monies on obscure items you didn't need. Yes, but they're a special price. You don't understand. They're a special price. If they're a special price, you're obligated to purchase it. You're like, maybe I do need vitamin C mask for my face, despite not doing any skincare whatsoever ever. But maybe today's the day because this vitamin C face mask is on the discount section because it's been there for 4 years. Beep 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 beep. I almost bought a barbecue once in their outdoor area to speak of. That is truly brilliant. I like how this man just wants 1 packet of powdered sugar. Like he knows what he came in for, and he bought it. Beep 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 beep. A sauna. Oh, you know what I miss? I miss the sauna in Sweden. I miss it so much. That was a good time. At Hamster. Yes. Well, you weren't there, but you've heard about it. Beep 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 beep. Okay, all right. So you bought. Okay, let's just do the math on this. Okay, you bought 4 packs of eggs. It's more economical if you just buy the larger carton. Okay, are you aware of this? Do you need assistance? No. All right. Look, there's not a thought in those eyes. I mean, look, the sauna's absolutely set off my pots, but okay. So when I was in Sweden for midsummer, I was staying on an island in the middle of a giant lake. Huge lake. Like, it looked like the ocean. When you're on the shores of this island, you could not see anything around. It was like you were at the ocean, but the water was calm. It wasn't like waves or anything, right? But the water was really cold too. And so we'd hop in the sauna, we get all, and I don't detect temperature very well. Like my body, my vagus nerve does the interoception thing where it just like, it doesn't really communicate temperature to me very well, right? And so we'd stay in the sauna until basically my measure was if I started getting super dizzy, it was time to get out, right? That was my only measure. And then when we were really, really warm, we'd hop in the freezing cold water until our bodies cooled down, and then we get back in the sauna. There were points where we were doing that almost every day of an evening. And I've got to tell you, it improved. I think I've lost some of the effects of it now, but it improved my interoception so much for a space of time there. Like I could feel hunger more and thirst a bit more, and I could feel temperature a bit more readily. And I started sweating more in general. It's like my body was just a bit more like locked in. It was really, really good, and it was really, really relaxing to do that. But yeah, boy, it set my pots off. Something fierce. Like, I definitely need a minute to actually get myself to the water to jump in. Oh no, you passed out. Oh no. Sometimes you have to do things for the plot. Sometimes you have to do things for the plot. Exactly. Jeez. That's a really low heart rate. Beep 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 beep. All right, I should do some of these orders because they're just the money is just way too good. Okay, cake, 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 cake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we need kiwis, which is not over here. Sorry, my store around. We need some sugar. Right, that's Kevin's order done. Next up is Laura Ward. We need 2 potato, 3 orange, and 0.4 kilos of kiwi. Frank Green. Try not to just run straight into the glass, please. We need 4 cereal. We need well, we need 3 tea. I don't know what that is, but I will grab 3 of them. 5 toilet paper. Okay, there's gastro going on in that house, I'll tell you that much. That or COVID, not sure which one. Right. And then James Watson. 4 French fries. 1, 4, 3 pastas. 3. 5 sliced bread. 1, 5. And 4 coffee. Perfect. And then last one is Laura Hill. Crab sticks. Interesting craving. I like it. I approve. 4 pastas. And 5 of whatever those are. Perfect. I'm just going to do a very quick checkout because the lines are a bit hefty. Beep 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 beep. Perfection. Oh no, no. Well, I mean, at least your friend got a delightful surprise. I have the, yeah. You know what? That's not for stream. All right, Laura. Uh, there you go. Ta-da! All right, next up. The other Laura. Ta-da! All right, where are we going next? Oh, wait. Okay. I mean, at least your friend, like, did you order some good stuff? Like, oh, chocolate chip cookies. Yeah, okay. Oh. You know what? You want to be friends? We can be friends. We can be friends at any point, and I will absolutely assist you if you need to accidentally order chocolate chip cookies to my address. I don't mind. Look, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a responsible driver. Yeah, I only crashed into that wall a little bit. That could have been so much worse, and it was only my skilled driving that prevented the amount of damage that could have occurred in such a terribly designed building. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. Also, I need to fill up with petrol. I'll do right now. 1 petrol, please. What do you mean I'm too far away? Oh no, I hit the end A button. Oops, there were people at the checkout. My car. That building did come out of nowhere. I'm glad that, like... Shut that. Glad you can at least, appreciate the issues that I have to face every day in this game as a grocery store owner. There we go, refuel. Perfection. Can you move backwards, please? There we go. Handbrake. No, forwards. No, okay. Alright. Clearly, this petrol station needs to be designed better because they're making it exceptionally hard to refuel. Stop moving. Oh my god. Okay. Working for me. Here we go. Refuel section. Now, the unnecessarily long refueling. Diet Coke, cookies, and apple Danish. You know how to live life, Kels. Can I just say, you know exactly how to live your life. Any day now, game. Any day now. Ta-da! Perfection. Yeah, so I accidentally started the new day. So I need to touch all of my employees to get them moving. Touch, touch. Touch, 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 touch. I need to pay my bills and my loan repayments. Bills. Pay. Pay. Loan repayment. Pay. Section. To check prices on stuff. Right. And we need to restock. Out of those, aren't we? They were popular. Yeah, I have an extra lot of sushi there. I did not. Why are there carrots there? Odd. I can't remember whether I ordered these eggs or not. We'll find out, I guess, won't we? Why? All right, I've turned a setting on or something. There's stuff's getting moved around in a way that I'm not okay with. Um, place, place products on shelves, drop empty boxes, restock from vehicle. Check the settings on my very off. Okay, use unlabeled racks. Stop using the unlabeled racks. Yeah, okay. That's what was happening. It's the new guy. Yeah. Blame the new guy. That's my policy. That's my policy in this game and in real life, actually. There's a new employee at work, you blame them when it's only fair and correct. Thank you. I got this beanie. I got it today, actually. I received it today. I ordered it because I'm going to Sweden in like 2 months. And it's going to be freezing and mostly dark. And wanted to, oh my God, I have no money. Uh-oh. Right. But I need stuff. Right. Right. It's fine. Don't panic. Oh no. Oh no. All right. Repeatedly mashing the buttons not working for some. I have been before. I love Sweden. One of my special interests. But look, I needed this beanie. Just me. This beanie's me. This is my entire. And so now I feel like wearing it now. I've not actually really wanted to take it off all day because I like it that much. Wish they wouldn't deliver right next to my car. It's just rude. Yeah, so I've been to Sweden sort of 2 times, sort of 3 times before. One of them was in like the one trip, and I sort of went to Sweden twice. I love Sweden. I'm learning Swedish. Oh, I have that one too. Leah, give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. I just ran from the other end of the house, be like, "No, my dinner!" Did anyone see Herman get up? I'm going to assume no one saw him get up. He hasn't put his tongue in my food. I'm assuming he was well behaved. Cool. I'm gonna make the assumption that he's well behaved. Now, let me show you what I was actually gonna show you. And whether, Leah, that makes you jealous or not, that's completely on you. I got this from the Easter show. They sell lots of stuff like this. And I'm taking these to Sweden with me as well. And so I would like to apologize to Brooks in advance because these are very noisy. They make a lot of sound, and I will be squeezing them. All right. Yeah, so I don't have the money to buy that order. Turn to petty theft. Look, okay. Yeah, you don't have to steal, okay? You're allowed to just look upon me with envy and live your life like that. Okay, but hear me out, actually. Hear me out. What if I designed something similar, but it was merch, right? Similar purple squeezy earmuffs, but it's merch, right? I feel like that would work for like the target market, you know, I'm just saying. Pulls down balaclava. Stealing's bad for your health, Leah. If stealing from me, it's bad for your health. Wouldn't recommend. All right. Well, I can see why I ran out of money. I ordered stuff I didn't need, clearly. Yeah, I just feel like that's the kind of merch that people actually want, you know? All right, that's close enough. Let's open up, and then I can earn the money to buy the stuff I need to actually restock. Success! These loan repayments are killer. It takes away so much of the extra money you'd otherwise have. Like, I always regret taking the loans, and yet I always take another one out. So, there's capitalism for you. No stealing, just looks sad in the corner like Herman. Look, he's a very cute boy. I love my Herman. Boy. Yes, you're very good. Yeah, so my cat worked out how to use the dog door, and so the cat is going out into the backyard for the first time. So we tried to cat-proof it as best we can. We can't just lock the dog doors, and the dogs can't go to the toilet outside. But my cat hates, like, every time, she doesn't like being out there, but she keeps going through the door. It's like curiosity. It's like, oh, maybe I'll like it this time. No, ends up hating it, wants to come back inside, but hasn't worked out how to come back in yet, so that's fun. That's my first world problem of the day. Have I opened? I have. People are just slow to come in. Oh, this is just actually looking like a grocery store now. I'm so happy with it. Hello. All right, we're judging groceries. Nothing but apples. Pathetic. All right, I definitely need to do the custom orders because I need to pay for my crippling loan debt. Oh, I can actually put the pizzas back. Yeah, there we go. Pizza and brown sugar. Oh, and 3 of those things that I don't know what they are. 2, 3. Perfection. We'll do this one. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, so 2 bleach and 2 butter. Very specific. I have concerns. I've heard that you're not meant to eat apples on an empty stomach because it will make you throw up. Not that I really... The only time I ever really ate apples was in Sweden because that entire country, like, I was so healthy over there because just, like, the lifestyles there are just so much healthier. I ate so much better. And there was just fruit everywhere. Like, there's just fruit trees on the street and you can just pick fruit and eat it. And it's like, okay. And so it's very good for my ADHD brain because it's like, ooh, food. Nom, 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 nom. And then, like, I went blueberry picking in the forest. And, like... Right, I feel like I'm feeling a bit unmedicated right now. I have taken my meds, I just haven't kicked in yet, okay? Anyway, went blueberry picking in the forest, and it was like, ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. And it just really worked. Also, cracking nuts. They were given uncracked nuts with a nutcracker, and I'm just sitting there cracking the nuts and eating them, and it was a great way to get me to eat. Like, it's just like... It just made the activity a lot more stimulating. Yes, but apparently if you eat apples on an empty stomach, the acidity makes you feel really sick. So if anyone who's like going to have apples on an empty stomach, I've warned you. I warned you. It's not my fault. Beep 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 beep. I'm so sorry. I feel unmedicated right now. I'm just talking about nothing and everything at the same time. I don't need to apologize. I have ADHD. It's fine. Beep beep. Hello. What do you have? Coffee, some cheese, and some tea. I actually approve of this. You're an approved customer. You can come back. Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye. Garlic and honey. You're cooking. That's fine. You're cooking ingredients. You're missing these ingredients for your dish. This makes sense. You're allowed. Mushrooms. Only mushrooms is a little weird. I'll give you that. It's a bit weird. Have a nice day. Beep, 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 beep. A lot of butter. Okay. I'm here for it. Butter's nice. I like butter. I like butter. You like butter. We can be friends. That's what friendships are based on. I should order those groceries that I had to order before. Yeah, that'll be fine. I'll come and check later. Beep 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 beep. Perfect. Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye. Beep 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 beep. Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye. The lights. Yes, and for those of you who hadn't already, I'm going live this Friday at 7 p.m. New South Wales time with clinical psychologist James Sapansky again, and we're going to be playing Power Wash Simulator. And if you haven't already, you can register for that event on my profile. So if you click on my profile, you'll see the event. You can open that up and register for it. Beep, 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 beep. Thank you. And that'll remind you, I think, when it's on, so that you won't forget. Beep, 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 beep. That's a lot of mayonnaise and cereal. Like, I'm concerned that you're putting the mayonnaise on the cereal, which is not allowed. But if that's not the case, then you can proceed with your life and the way you live it. Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye. Beep, 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 beep. Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye. Oh, I have a custom order that I've completely neglected. Hot sauce. Imagine Uber eating 5 hot sauce bottles. Like, 5 hot sauce bottles, 2 crab sticks. Okay, whatever. Crab sticks is fine. Pizzas. I can understand the frozen pizzas. 24 eggs. Yeah, you have a sleepover and you need eggs for breakfast the next day. I can see that. A bunch of rice. Like, a little weird. That's in the weird realm. But okay. Leona Watson also would appear. Look, if you have like... I went to a sleepover once, right? Shocking, I know. And there were 5 girls there, other than me. And it was a lot of breakfast to make. And I think they had about that many eggs. Because there was like eggs and pancakes and stuff. And then there was the actual family members themselves. And it was just like a big breakfast for everyone. So I can see that. By the way, the sleepover was not... Like, sleepovers were... I was very happy to be included. Because I was very rarely included in social events. But... sleepovers were not fun for several reasons. First of all, everyone wanted to stay up later than I wanted to stay up. I wanted to go to bed at my normal time. And they were very loud and would not let me sleep. And then wanted to watch scary movies, which was fine, but then would not sleep because they were scared after the scary movies. And it's like, if you knew this was going to happen, why watch the scary movies? Like, now you're not going to get sleep. And looking back on it, I realized now I was the problem. I'm the different one. I say that in jest. I'm not a problem, but like... The autism is just so clear in hindsight. Like, how did anyone miss this? But ever since meeting my lovely husband, I do not keep to a bedtime anymore. He changed that about me. Now I also stay up too late. But I think it's worth it. It's a good trade. Beep beep. Oh, hello. Beep 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 beep. Yes. And even just going through the home videos, like there's some funny home videos of me where like it's so I should post some of them on TikTok, I reckon. It's just so obvious, like lining up my toys and like hand flapping and me if you I don't eat sharp fries at all. If fries is too crunchy, it's not going in me. I like the soft fries. In general, I can struggle with crunchy food if it's not the right type of crunchy. Like if it's like a sugary meringue texture, like that kind of crunch, that's fine. That's good crunch. Or like a macaron, that's good crunch. Overcooked chip, bad crunch. Bad crunch, evil, bad. Stay away. Yes, KFC soggy fries. Finally, someone that understands me for me. Thank you, Knox. Thank you. I feel seen for the first time ever. You understand the KFC soggy fries. Yes, yeah. I think that's the reason why I don't like it. Like, I think like with like the meringue, that still gives me sores all over my mouth. But it's really sugary, and so I don't care. I actually keep some Bonjello in my like the mouth ulcer gel in my side drawer because of the poor decisions I make sometimes. Oh goodness. Yeah, Jessica, that's like um really a really doing stuff like that is like very I don't want to say common, but like doing stuff like that is like quite normal for high masking presentations. Um no, the cut up mouth is not a normal human experience. That is that can be a sign of MCAS or hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos syndrome or other things. Talk to your doctor. But no, the cut up mouth is not a universal experience with eating stuff like hot chips, like normal hot chips. As I have discovered in adulthood. Thank you for sharing the live. Sharing the live, very, very appreciated. And the likes, very appreciated. Actually, I haven't even seen how many. Yeah, wow, that's a lot of likes. Thank you, everyone. Oh, I'm also on uh the other streaming service, the purple one, under the same username. And so if anyone prefers the purple service, look me up there, and you can also watch the stream on there. And I can even see the chat this time. You can't see the chat, but I can see both chats. I'm so looking forward to gingerbread. That's something I'm going to do in Sweden is eat a lot of gingerbread and learn how to make gingerbread. Um, I enjoy baking, but I usually need someone to help with like the part where you put hot stuff in the oven and well, it depends on the baking. I'm very bad with knives, and so I have to be really careful around knives. It's not safe for me to stand around a hot stove because I have really poor proprioception and I often burn myself. Um, like I burnt myself really badly. And I have to be really, really careful. I have to have like giant oven mitts when like putting stuff in the oven and out, and that's the only time I'll touch stuff with the oven. And even then, I have to be really careful with like not touch, to not accidentally burn myself on like the pen and stuff. And so I hope gingerbread is a safe recipe, because there's some safe recipes where it's like I'm not doing anything that would put me at, like, I just get injured very easily. Like right now on my hand, it's kind of gross, but I have like an ouchie here, and I have an ouchie here, and I have an ouchie here, and I have poor circulation in general, and so like I have to take good care of them, or they get infected really easily. I just end up wounded everywhere in my day-to-day life because of like my brain and body are not in sync. And that's just my hands. Like I'm black and blue on the legs, covered in bruises constantly. No idea where they came from. Couldn't tell you. And that's another. I'm like really off on tangents here at the moment because not my meds haven't kicked in. Like that's another really common autistic experience with the poor interoception is that like you discover that you're injured not because you feel the pain, because you're like, oh, I'm bleeding. How did that happen? I have no idea. Or like the classic, yeah, so I was walking around with a broken bone and like no one thought it was broken because like I was underreacting. I wasn't like screaming in pain or anything. But yeah, it turns out it was broken. And then that's like simultaneously coexisting with, oh God, I have a paper cut. I cannot stand this sensation. My life as I know it is over. Okay. Well, that was a good day. I'm definitely feeling those loan repayments cutting into profits, I'll tell you that much. And the extra staff member too, like that's like. Anyway, let's restock. Yeah, I've had that I'm gonna make a series about this on TikTok. When I have the executive function with do so. But when I was a teenager, my wrist was broken in 2 places. And I was complaining about it more than I would complain about other injuries. But unfortunately, my mum at this point in my life thought I was a bit of a hypochondriac, and she does not anymore. She actually feels very terrible. Because I would often complain of like these phantom ailments that the doctor couldn't find any explanation for, right? So she took me to the doctor a few times. The doctor could find no explanation. It was dismissed, right? It was all Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Now we know. Or other, like 1 or 2 other problems I had. Anyway, turns out I was making nothing up. But anyway, she refused to take me to the doctor because she thought I was being dramatic. My dad ended up taking me to the doctor, which I greatly appreciate because he was not a well man at the time. And the doctor was just like, no, if there was anything broken, you wouldn't be able to move it like that. But my dad went full like dad mode and insisted on an x-ray. And the doctor was like, fine. X-rayed it, broken in 2 places. And so it gets all like, and so then, because what he told me before my dad went full dad mode was like, you should be moving it. You shouldn't have it like wrapped up like that. You should be moving it and make it feel better. Like it's because you have it wrapped up that it's hurting like that. I'm like, no, this is the only thing that makes it bearable. Anyway, when I was a bit of a smart ass when we went back to the doctor, I was like, so should I keep moving it? He's like, no, stop moving it. I'm putting it in a cast. But now we know. Ta-da! Actually, I need to make a doctor's appointment. Oh. That's big sushi or small sushi? Small sushi. Oh, I need to stop ordering the small sushi. I have way too many boxes of it. Yeah, and that same kind of thinking sort of applies to like the health professionals that you sort of saw as a child, right? That didn't catch your diagnosis. Is that like just didn't have the knowledge, a lot of them. Uh, and like obviously there's some that don't care, right? Like that's, but a lot of them are just doing the best with, what they knew at the time. It's just like very unfortunate that sometimes a lot of it is like, oh, they just have anxiety, they need to see a psychologist, and it's like, no, but there's actually something very real that's going on that is not just anxiety. Um, yeah, broken bone, fine. Paper cut, end of the world. Agreed. Agreed. I think I'm going to play one more day, and then I'm going to leave it for the evening. Yes, I definitely have a team of doctors now that do not. That's for sure. It took a while to find them, and it's still hard to go see them because the medical trauma is built up over the years. Like having good doctors doesn't undo that. It's still nerve-wracking to go see them, but they never fail me. They never fail me. We can 3D print human parts and grow organoid brains. Surely we can listen to AFAB now. Ah, you fool. But the patriarchy. I think it's like really disgusting how long it took to discover endometriosis. Like endometriosis being something that is physically visible when you cut someone open, physically visible, and when performing surgeries like for however long before that, and autopsies and everything, and cut people open, things like that. And yet something that is physically visible took until the 1970s to discover. Physically visible, very common. Like, come on. Like when you can see it, like, ugh, it just makes you mad. Yeah, I just look at like I request copies of all my results now. I don't, and yeah, I trust is broken. The irony, right? The irony is that I think I've had 5 good doctors in my life. 4 of them were male. And some of the most horrific experiences I had was with female doctors about female issues as well. Like, yeah, probably like 2 of the worst experiences were actually like female gynecologists and just like, what? Yeah, I need to find a neurologist. That's like high on my to-do list for this year is actually get my butt in to see a neurologist because I really need it. But I'm just dreading like to me it's always a risk engaging a new specialist because it's like I could go in there and be completely dismissed. Like, do I want to put myself through any more of that? And so it's just like working up the courage to go do it. Like, it's so like the irony is right. I can advocate for someone else significantly more aggressively than I can advocate for myself. Like, you need to stand up to a doctor, you drag me with you, and I will 100% do it for you. When it comes to my own medical care, however, no. I have like it's so much harder, so much harder. And I know so many people who are exactly like this too. It's like it's just so hard like when it's your own concerns being dismissed. It's like, yeah. But someone else, like I will absolutely fight tooth and nail. And have done so. Yeah, see with the loan repayments, I'm left with like after restocking, I'm left with like not much money. It's a bit rude. Well, 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 if there isn't the consequences of my own actions. Thank you for the follow. I will do more than one day. I think I want to actually play some Phasmophobia after this, like not in stream. No offense to everyone on stream, but sometimes you just need some alone time. Everyone understands that. Anyone watching me understands that. Yeah, I've had like not just a pap test, but like a biopsy, a cervical biopsy done with like nothing, like no Panadol, no Nurofen, no like, and oh yeah, I like half fainted. I think it was only half. Oh, thank you for the rose, Jessica. I think I only like half fainted on I don't know. My level of consciousness throughout the thing after it was done was questionable at best. Um, yeah, but that was oh yeah, that should not be done. That should not be done. Yeah, and see, this was the doctor knew too. Like, was very aware because like, oh yeah, you did really well there. Like, normally that's much worse for people. Okay, like, doesn't make me feel better about what you just did. Normally that's worse for people. Like, it was that bad, and you know it's normally worse, and you still didn't. Like, bro, at least warn me to take some Panadol and Nurofen before the appointment, at the very least. Broken a nail, and it's bothering me. Boo. Hello. Beep 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 beep. Yeah, I agree. I can see why. I mean, at least local numbing, right? Like, yes, having local injected into you can hurt, and it has varying levels of effectiveness. I had to have a an estrogen implant put in the other day, right? And I told this is one of my good doctors. I told the specialist, normally I need more local than normal, more local anesthetic in order for it to actually work. Like normally I need a fair bit more than the average person. And he, by default, gave me a fair bit more than he would give the average person, and I didn't feel a thing. And that was amazing. Like, it was just nice to just say that, be believed, have it happen. But yeah, I can understand the hesitation in putting people under because it's also a risk. Like, people die from being put under, and you need, um, like, every time you get put under, it is a risk to your life, no matter how many times you've gone under before, right? Um, and it was fine. And so oh, I have two orders there. Whoops. Oh no, I just did two of the same. I wasn't concentrating. Really squishy. No! Oh, fine. Ta-da. Ta-da. Right, I'll just put it back there for the minute. But like, again, your body, your choice, right? Like, your body, your choice. If you want to be put under, like, there should be a way with which to facilitate that, right? I think it's not unreasonable to expect that to be expensive. All right. Lord. All right. So David Powell. That's who we just did, yeah. Daisy Morgan. How long do I have on Daisy Morgan? Like open. 2 minutes. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Put it back. Put it back. Put it back. What have I done? What have I done? Stop it. There we go. All right. Did I put it away? No, I put it there. Put it away. All right. I need to go deliver Daisy stuff, but I also have a lot of checkout to catch up on. Beep 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 beep. Next. Beep 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 beep. Hurry up. 320. Beep 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 beep. All right. Hurry, 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 hurry. I gotta go deliver Daisy's order. All right. That'll do for now. Let's go deliver Daisy's order. Where are you, Daisy? Right ahead. I love that. Alright, I'll go take care of some more checkouts, and then I'll do those last orders. Do I know much about MECFS? I would say that I know a butt-ton more than the average person. I would not say that I'm an expert on the topic. Beep, 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 beep. Alright, so for those in chat who don't know, myalgic encephalomyelitis, also called chronic fatigue syndrome, although they're technically sort of different things, but technically not. Anyway, it's a condition where, due to inflammation in your spinal cord and differences in the way your cells make mitochondria, which generates energy, it leads to like crippling chronic fatigue, autoimmune responses in response to exertion, whether that be mental or physical exertion. So like exerting yourself can make you physically sick, and it can put you in an incredible amount of physical pain. And it can vary in severity from like can hold a job all the way to I have been completely 100% bedridden for years. And some people, it comes in waves, or it happens once and they recover, fully or partially recover and never returns. And some people it's lifelong. And it's an extremely complex and not very well recognized or understood disease. And it's more common in the neurodivergent population. It's still considered a diagnosis of exclusion. So in that, like, they kind of rule everything else out first. And there was a study very recently released that shows that it's super hereditary. That's not going to be a surprise to anyone, I don't think. But yeah, and one of the interesting things as well is that like ADHD often co-occurs with ADHD. I should say rather, if you have MECFS, it's like very frequently you can have ADHD as well. Not that if you have ADHD, you're very likely to have ME/CFS, because it is significantly rarer than ADHD. But that stimulants is a ADHD stimulants is a recognized medication for ME/CFS in a lot of Western countries, which I think is interesting. Like that's probably more reflective of the co-occurrence of ADHD rather than the stimulants itself being an effective treatment for the ME/CFS itself. But that's just me speculating. I don't know for sure. But unfortunately, ME/CFS has like a lot of stigma in terms of like very much like fibromyalgia, where a lot of doctors don't believe in its existence or believe it's some kind of excuse. Which, by the way, if like if you ever had a doctor sort of thinking that way, that's I would question that. But a couple of years ago, they could actually physically prove the existence of fibromyalgia, and before it was like there's no physical evidence this exists, we're just sort of noticing it in people's symptoms. And it's like no, you can actually like detect this now, not with an easily accessible test, so it's still not like able to be regularly diagnosed, but they have actually proved its physical existence. Okay, yes, something is actually going on here, right? This is not just like a psychological thing like a lot of people were attributing it to, oh, it's just depression or whatever. Like and so a lot of people treat ME/CFS like that when like, because in a lot of cases you can diagnose it through seeing the inflammation in the spinal cord, but in are you taking my chocolate? Can I have chocolate too? Okay, because I was going to have some, but I keep forgetting to have it. Yeah, whereas you can well, the inflammation in the spinal cord doesn't have to be present. Yeah, you can take that. Thank you. But like I think the biggest diagnosing feature is the post-exertional malaise, so becoming actually sick after you have exerted yourself. Is migraine more common in neurodivergent people? Yes, it is. Look, there's some strong theories as to why, and it's probably a little bit of all of this as to why migraines are more common in neurodivergent people. But in neurodivergent people, there being structural differences in the way the face and just everything in the skull region connects. There being physical structural differences. So things like cleft palate and like actual developmental problems with the face is more common. Ear infections, especially in young neurodivergent children, is more common. Sleep apnea is more common. And then jaw issues, experiencing like jaw pain. Those are just some examples, because just the way everything develops and fits together in the face is a little bit different. Can form a little bit more differently in neurodivergent people, which might like cross over with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome and other connective tissue disorders. It's all a mix. Like no one knows necessarily what's causing what. It's just more that we know that they're occurring together. And so differences in the face structure and the way your muscles around your jaw touch your nerves, and then also having that hypermobility and it causing like cervical instability at the base of the top of your spine, the base of your skull. And in general, just like muscle tightness and laxicity in that area from like just differences in the connective tissues. On top of that, you have like higher rates of stress, anxiety, autoimmune disorders, that kind of thing that can also contribute to migraines. And so it's like, it's probably a little bit of all of these columns and can't necessarily say for sure, but that's looks like what the reason would be as to the why. Social pragmatic communication disorder. Do you have much experience with it? Fairly new in the DSM. Actually, I think James is going to talk about this in our live on Friday. So I might save it till, I don't want to spoil it. I might save it till then to talk about it. Because it has an overlap with autism, and we assess and diagnose autism at the clinic. Yes, like there's inherently you need to have experience with it because it effectively is part of the exclusionary process of working out whether someone's autistic, right? Any kind of social disorders you need to consider when assessing whether someone's autistic. But I want to talk about that more on Friday. By the way, all the recordings of my live will now be myself on the look. I've almost finished streaming for the evening, so the algorithm doesn't matter. Will be on my Twitch channel, which has the same username. Have all the full recordings. So if you miss a live, it'll be on there. Also on from today. I think today's my first YouTube stream as well. Although I don't have YouTube chat up, so if someone else chat, I apologize in advance. I should stop saying the names of other streaming services now, lest I get punished by the TikTok gods. Yeah, loose ear crystals, that can the vertigo can just ruin people's lives, hey. Do you have any advice for dealing with imposter syndrome after being diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder? Yeah. Hey, look, I face the imposter syndrome with that as well. And so does James, right? Like, and we're professionals who, look, the overwhelming body of evidence that we're both autistic doesn't stop, like nothing, there's no amount of facts or evidence that can stop the imposter syndrome because it's not based on facts and evidence. It's based on, like it comes from more like your core beliefs about yourself. And, look, when you've spent decades struggling with certain things, and the overwhelming message you've gotten from the world because you struggle with those things is that, the pizza. Let's see if I can actually, it's pizza. 42 box size. Anyway, whatever. And the message that you get is that like, you are failing in this way. There is something wrong with you. You are not trying hard enough. You are not doing this correctly. Like, there is something wrong with you that is making these things difficult. Like, with what you are doing, you as a person. And then you find out that it's not that, right? That doesn't just reprogram that message in the back of your head, right? Where, it's message you got is that you're doing something wrong. So you must be like, you can't just have this reason why you struggle with these things, right? That can't just be reasoned away, right? It needs to be you. So of course you're like making up the autism. You convince the world you're autistic, like, because there's often like deep down this core belief that like it's your fault. That these things are difficult and like this is just another way you're trying to get out of it, right? Like you're just making excuses again, and it's like, because it's just like what you've been told your entire life. And so my advice for dealing with imposter syndrome is like addressing that part of it, addressing that. Like typically it has complex trauma vibes. To like sort of reprogram those messages, and that the imposter syndrome should like alleviate itself if you're working that kitty. Oh, kitty, if you're gonna come here, why don't you say hello to chat? Don't you growl at her. This is Akasha. The devious little cat that's worked out the dog door yesterday. Yes, you did. You worked out the dog door, didn't you? She's a Maine Coon, and she's beautiful. Actually, I'm gonna do what that video of like. Have you? Oh, don't growl at her. Look how big she is. She's so beautiful. My mic's bit. She's so beautiful. Stop growling at her. That's rude. Yeah, she's so big and beautiful, and she's very, as you can see, she's very chill. She's extremely chill. She's the most dog-like cat I've ever met in my life, and I love her, and she's my child. And she likes sitting on top of the computer because it's warm. So that's where the exit vents are for the computer. Yes, and there's no easy answer to imposter syndrome, right? Like, if it's taken a couple of decades of building up that message in your head, it's going to take time and work to, and whether you can ever fully kind of reprogram that, I'm sure that varies from person to person. But yeah, God forbid you cut yourself a break, right? Like, that's not the message that you've gotten, right? Oh yeah, like I have members of my family, not my immediate family, but like, the one over from immediate, who flat out do not believe that I'm autistic. I think that probably reflects a lot more about how they think and feel about themselves and what they think and feel about me and like what that might mean for them. Um, and also like how they've perhaps treated other autistic family members. Yes, but it's hard and like there's probably just going to be people that don't believe you and there's not much you can do about that. And that's really tricky because there's often like a bit of complex trauma associated with being believed, right? Like autistics are very commonly like socially like misunderstood in social situations. And like, oh, you're being rude, you're being arrogant, you're being mean. It's like I was not intending any of those things. This is please. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you for the roses. Oh my gosh, Jessica, thank you. Uh, what's the thing? I got distracted by the fireworks sounds. Family members believing about themselves. I think I kind of made my point anyway. Oh, well, that's ADHD for you. Yeah, and there's not going to be much that you can do about it, right? There's just going to be people that don't believe you. Oh yes, and they can have trauma associated with not being believed. There we go. That's where I was at. Because people can like you're often socially misunderstood, and people prescribe these intentions to you that you just didn't have, right? But like all the neurotypicals around you automatically knew not to behave a certain way because it means this, and you didn't automatically know that, and you had to suffer some kind of social consequences because of that, like again and again and again, and so that when not being believed now, it can almost be like a trauma response. You feel like you have to prove to these people, but you don't. And like, if they've made up their mind about whether you're autistic or not, like, it doesn't matter. Like, the evidence doesn't matter, right? Like, all you can do is just keep working on yourself with the knowledge you have now and keep improving your own life. And if they're neurodivergent, like, that's going to be, and like, you want to also, like, you can still care about them, they're your family, and you want to help them on their journey. Like, the best thing that you can do is just to show how you've used that knowledge to adapt and improve your life and what impact that's had. Like, you just keep living the best, happiest life that you can. Because I certainly know that, like, although it was a rough road after getting diagnosed, right? Like, my life is a million times more happy and sustainable now on the other end of like years after the other end of my diagnosis than before. Uh, like my like blood relatives, look, they have a bad track record with like unaliving from mental health issues. And look, we now know, hey, look, they're all autistic and we're having to live neurotypical lives and suffer the consequences of that. Um, and I was the very first domino in my family to fall because um, I ended up working out that I was autistic. And for like the overwhelming response within my family is, "Oh my gosh, so we all. This makes so much sense. Everyone makes so much sense now. Like everything makes so much sense." Um, uh, and like just use that to improve all of our lives. Like, yes, this is a sustainable way of living and being now. Um, and like all you can do when there's like doubters in your family, like it just says more about them than anything else, right? Like when a family member tells you they have a diagnosis, like what kind of reaction is it to doubt it and not believe it? Like that's not like that's a weird reaction to have unless there's something going on with you. Like that's like the only explanation there, yeah. No, Jessica, I appreciate the roses. I have ADHD. Anything could have distracted me at any moment. um, yeah. There's actually there was uh kind of a dark story. I'm gonna tell it anyway because it's kind of funny in like a really dark humor kind of way. Um, uh, before my dad passed away, he got remarried. He got remarried like about 2 months before he passed away, and God, that woman hated us. Like hated anyone associated with his old family, right? Uh, and the last um the last message because she used to send these big long um uh abusive messages to my mum. Anyway, and the last message she sent, she the the R word slur that's used for describing disabled people. Yeah, she called. She said something about mum, and she goes, and that goes for your socially inept R word children too. Um, and it's like, oh crap. Well, the foreshadowing. Am I right? The foreshadowing. Um, that was a really dark story. Anyway, uh, yeah, but I think that's a good point when it comes to like family members who are just close. Like, it's not worth the energy and the spoons. You just have to do what you can to like take care of yourself. Um, that's like all there is to it. Yes, little did she know. I mean, it's kind of a case of like, just even if you don't have the autism diagnosis, right? Like, subconsciously, everyone can still tell. You know that meme where it's like, why did it take doctors 30 years to work out what like my school bully worked out in 30 seconds? Like, um, yeah, where are we? Oh no, there we go. We'll do one more day. We'll do one more day. What time is it? Yeah, I'll do one more day, chat. I'm doing one more day. And then I'm gonna call it. We so bullies are diagnostic tools. Well, you know, there's a reason why an entire section of the ADOS 2, which is an autism assessment tool, is about whether you were bullied and all about that. That's not a coincidence. Um, it doesn't mean if you're bullied, you're autistic, but like, you know, um, yes, really. Yes, yes, really. Um, Yeah, me too. School was definitely not the highlight of my life, I'll tell you that much. Do I get many ex-ADF clients? Not me personally. Blackbird Psychology as a whole does. I did that. I paid my loan, my bills, bank. Yeah, that's all done. Yeah, okay, cool, cool, cool. All right, we're going to do a heckin' restock. Oh, before I do that, do I have place for the pizzas? All right. Boo. Let's yeah, let's do a heckin' Look, it's why I really like working at Blackbird because like most of the staff are openly neurodivergent. Um uh and it's just such a comfortable place to work where everyone can be themselves. Um and you don't have to mask and um certainly my experience of it is it's just very neurodivergent friendly place to work by design. Did I order spaghetti? Spaghetti. Is there a location in Melbourne? There's not a physical location in Melbourne. We are looking at opening up a second physical location in the next 24 months, but have not even begun to think about location on that one. We do work Australia wide via telehealth though, and that's for both therapy and assessment. Um, and you do not have to have a formal neurodivergence diagnosis to have therapy at Blackbird either. Like, yeah, that's not a requirement. How did Blackbird come about? Well, uh, my husband's a clinical psychologist and was a clinical psychologist when we first met. And uh, I was assisting him and his friend they wanted to open a practice together. I'm like, I can help. And then very early into like the planning process, decided that I wanted to be a part of it as well. And this was like during us getting all of our like late diagnoses. And we just decided that that practice was going to have a focus around that. Um, uh, and so none of us had ever run a business before, and I only sort of had minimal education on how to run a business. And we just kind of like, let's give it a go. And gosh, it was incredibly hard to get off the ground, like dedicated 24/7 to it for a cut. There was not a moment of rest. Um, and at first it was just my husband's friend, like they were the only therapists there. And then I managed to get my qualification, and we were sort of able to expand from there. And it's just like, uh, yeah, like if you're talking about imposter syndrome, it was like, oh my gosh, what if people realize we're not a real psychology practice when like we are definitely a real psychology practice, but it just felt like super imposter syndrome for a long time. Like we're just a bunch of kids pretending to run a business. Um, uh, yeah, and then uh, my yeah, my family's really helped get it off the ground too. Like my mum's a receptionist there. My little brother also works as a therapist there, and we've like hired a bunch of really, really talented therapists since then, and it's just been like really, really surreal. And yeah, definitely like love working in that space. And like everyone there is like really genuinely passionate about it too. Because for some of us, it's like the only workplace where we've been able to see if like really talented, gifted people, but they just can't function in a neurotypical workplace. But when like allowed to be themselves, um, are just like yeah, just really, really outstanding talent there. But couldn't do like a 9 to 5 in the office with like yeah in neurotypical circumstances. Like could not even yeah um like maintain that for very long. Like and be happy at the same time. Yes, it's been like just a really special and really rewarding thing to put together, and like I care so much about it. It's my Blackbird is absolutely my baby. Um, uh, and Herman, you're ignoring love you. Blackbird is absolutely my baby. Worked very very hard. Um, uh, and on that note, if you are if you enjoyed these streams, another really good way um to support the work that we do is if you could uh, leave a positive review for Blackbird on like our Google profile. So if you like Google Blackbird and you have our Google profile, like the positive reviews like mean a lot as well. And that's always quite tricky, right? Because it's something that we have to be quite conscious of. But people often only leave reviews when like something's gone wrong, and some like stuff does go wrong sometimes, right? Like mistakes are made, and uh, it's often stuff like administrative errors and miscommunication. And like that's the stuff you hear about on those very sort of like public views. It's like it's a lot harder. Like someone's a lot more readily gonna write like bad reviews and good reviews. And uh, and so I thought today I would ask, uh, just because it does like yeah make a difference for us and does just sort of help support the work we do. It's like, can we hear about the good stuff too? Because we try really really hard. Yeah, so that's another really good way to support the work that we do. Thank you for the gift. Yeah, Martha is absolutely lovely. Martha's absolutely lovely. And yeah, I really really enjoy working with her. Yeah, we're very very fortunate to have Martha on board. In fact, I'm trying to drag her into some live streams, and I'm pretty sure I'm wearing her down slowly. Yeah, but I'm trying to drag Martha into some live streams to talk about it. I think I can do it. I think I can drag her into it. We. All right, I think we're just about restocked, or less. Just top up some stuff. Did I pay all the bills and everything? I can't remember. I talk between my days, and I can't remember what the days all meld together in this insane foods place. We. Okay. Thank you for the gift, Jessica. Oh, yes, thank you very much. Coffee. Oh, okay, I ordered too much coffee. Well, my bad. All right. Anyway, we're opening up for the day. This will be my last day, and then I'm gonna call it. I paid everything? Yep. Okay, cool. All right, we ended up with a little bit more money. Yesterday, after we restocked and did everything, I only had 400, and now I have 1,200. So even with the loan repayments, we're starting to make some ground again. But gosh, I always regret taking a loan out, and I always do it because I'm like, I'm impatient. I want the new product license now. And it's like, oh no, these loan repayments, the interest. What have I done? I have an island kitchen bench in my house, and I pace around it all day. I am not, ever since having my knee reconstructions, I'm not much of a pacer. Not as much as I used to be, because standing up can hurt. James, though, my husband, he's a pacer. He's a pacer. Beep. Oh, yeah, and so James and I are going live at 7 p.m. this Friday, New South Wales time. And if you go to my profile, if you click on my profile, there's and you click on the event, you're able to register for that there. So if you're interested in joining me and James, that would be real cool. Oh, yeah, but before Blackbird, I used to be an engineer. And I really enjoyed the engineering part of that. But I could not navigate the office politics to save my life. I frequently got in trouble for reasons that are still unclear to me, to this day. And I mean, just stuff like being too honest or like, I don't know, the social stuff, right? That I couldn't navigate. And so this absolutely like, this is far more sustainable for my life. Oh, hello. Beep, 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 beep. Thank you. Oh, we have so much room for the new products. I'm so excited. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to move the checkouts like this way and then have more room for a bigger produce section. And that's just going to look good. It'll look like a real grocery store and not a fake grocery store. Beep, 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 beep. Like driving a train. I hear driving a train's quite a stressful job. I heard a bit about it when I was one of the engineers on the Southwest Rail Link. I did Glenfield and Leppington Station, the stabling yard at Leppington, and like the train tracks between Glenfield to Leppington. Yeah, learn a lot about, that was my first rail job, and learn a lot about rail safety and like, yeah, apparently heard it's really, really stressful to be a train driver for Sydney Trains. God, it seems like a lifetime. It was like a lifetime ago. It's like 10 years ago I was doing that. 12 years ago. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Apparently a lot of the stress comes from almost running over people. Because like when you're a train driver, you can't just stop the train all of a sudden, right? And like a lot of the stress comes from like construction work. This is why we're learning about it. Construction workers working around the train tracks. And like rail safety in that respect. And like kids on the tracks and things like that. And that's like stuff almost happens, like a lot more than stuff actually happens in terms of running over things. But apparently that's like one of the most stressful aspects of the job, which is like you wouldn't think that. You don't really think about that. Until obviously you're there and it's like, get out of the way. Beep, 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 beep. Like rather than schedules and such, right? Because like a lot of that's out of the control, right? Like the train drivers, if there's a red signal, like the train is not going to move forward until that signal changes. Like there's actual mechanisms on the tracks that stop that train from moving forward if that signal is red. Or not red. I don't know if it's red, but the signal says stop. I didn't actually learn the colors because I didn't need to learn the colors. I was just working on the compressed air mains that run that. Yes, it's not so much that, like, you know, the train moves or it sort of doesn't. It's more, yeah, the not running over things. Yeah, there's a lot of union drama as well with that. Can he go faster? It's a long line. I might actually have to hire a second one of him. It's gonna be slow. Beep 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 beep. Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye. Beep 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 beep. Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye. Beep beep. You can also one feature of this game I haven't used is you can make sales. Like you can put stuff on sale. I don't know. I'm gonna actually have to look into like how that actually impacts the mechanisms of the game before I do it because it might be like economical. Yeah, I'm trying to work out like a bit of a makeshift streaming thing for when I'm in Sweden. So I can stream once or twice when I'm there because I also enjoy streaming. Like it's 19. Oh, okay, yeah, that is a bit expensive there. But we'll see how that goes. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. I'm only going for 3 weeks. I think at least 3 weeks. Beep 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 beep. But there'll be times when I go to Sweden. Like I'm going to Sweden next summer as well, and I'll be gone for a lot longer than that. Ta-da! Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye. Beep 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 beep. Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye. All right, let's do some custom orders. Some bread. I mean, I'm sure because the problem is not like will I have time, whatever. It's more like, will I? I don't see what was too. Can my laptop handle it hardware wise? Is more the question, and so I'm gonna have to test that. So I should definitely test that while I'm in Australia. Can you not look at TikTok when you're oh no, I completely forgot the names. You not watch TikTok when you're in England, Kels? Twink Bishop, Ethan Floyd, Twink Bishop. Beautiful. Sweden is quite an economical place for me to visit because my other partner lives there, and so I just stay with him. And so it's kind of just like the flights, and then I'm otherwise like that's it. I suppose in the train ticket. Ta-da! Beep 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 beep. There we go. Do I do telehealth appointments and have availability? I currently do not have any availability. But all clinicians at the practice do telehealth appointments, and there are two clinicians at the moment who have availability. That would be Joseph Galvin and Jamie Collette. Joseph is my little brother, and so if you find my vibe helpful, he would probably or very likely have a similar vibe. And we also have Jamie Collette, who does telehealth only appointments. And you can book with them. You can book telehealth appointments with them online anytime on our website. We Ta-da! But I'm really glad, like, it really warms my heart to know that, like, so many of you are finding a little community here. That's really lovely, and it's like, um, it's nice to know these streams are having that effect because, like, I get not having a community and not, like, really feeling like you fit in anywhere. And so it's nice to be with, like, fellow neurodivergents who match the vibe. Like, it's very meaningful for me as well. And so it's just really nice that, like, so many of you are getting that out of this. All right, so we're going to go to Chase Hill and Grant Davis. And there's a Roy. Oh, goodness. Well, that's certainly encouraging me to go live more often. Cool. It's certainly easier for me doing these streams rather than filming TikToks, I'll tell you that much. And so that's why, like, I sort of, wrong one, okay. I prefer, it requires less executive function to just turn a live stream on compared to, like, filming TikTok and editing it and that kind of thing. Well, I'm glad. I'm really glad it made it less nerve-wracking. Yeah, I always want, like, I certainly like Blackbird having a really chill vibe too, like, with everyone there. I mean, like, I appreciate your gratitude, but also I get to, like, info dump to strangers about my special interests, so I mean, it's not necessarily a bad deal. Yeah, it's not necessarily a bad deal. And like, in some ways it expends my battery, but in some ways it's also very recharging. But, like, sometimes I feel like I'm just, like, tricking everyone because I just have to talk about my special interests. I love this. What a privilege. What a privilege. And I enjoy talking about Blackbird. Like, Blackbird is absolutely my baby, and I have, yes, poured my heart and soul into it. And I'm very, very proud of what it's become. And I'm very excited for what it can grow into as well. Yes, but I'm definitely making the lives, like, just a thing that I'm doing now. It was a bit of a test at first, but nah, it's like, this is the lives are here to stay. Will I hold a regular schedule? Probably never. I apologize. Regular schedules are hard for me. Yes, but I can definitely have deadpan face when I'm, like, deep in thought. Yes. But I suppose that's kind of, like, part of what makes a live take energy is that, like, look, there is a certain amount of mental attention put towards effectively communicating information, and that requires things like changing my tone of voice and things like that. It's like a little bit, but it just leads to, you know, more effective means of communicating. But it's also nice because, like, I've just, you know, with the social media work, I've just very much decided to be as close to myself as I can be at all times. And people seem to like that more anyway. It's just, it does take a lot of bravery, like, you know, especially when you've gotten the message that, you know, something about you is inherently wrong for half your life. You know, spend years in forums where your personality is otherwise unappreciated. But it's like, you know, I'm only going to do this if I can be me while doing it. Does this game cost money? If so, how much? It looks fun. I bought it during early access, and I think this is actually a full release, so I think it's a bit more expensive now. I think it's like 30 or 40 Australian dollars. Just as a one-off cost. It's on Steam. I I don't think it's on any other consoles. Save. Wee. And then also having a deadpan face and like speaking monotone, that can actually be quite relaxing for people. Like I certainly watch autistic streamers like when I'm going to sleep who are just like that. Either that or they're screaming because like the ADHD takes over. Yeah, and I don't think like that exclude you from streaming, apparently. Yeah, but saying twice. Anyway, that is 3 times apparently. That third time was an accident, I swear. Yeah, that's gonna be me done for this evening. But thank you all for joining me. And I appreciate all the likes and the gifts and everything. And yeah, if you haven't already, you can follow the channel. And then other ways to support me, I am having a live with clinical psychologist James Sapansky this Friday at 7 p.m. New South Wales time. And if you go to my profile, you can click on the link to the event and register there. And the other way you can support me is by leaving a positive review about these streams on the Blackbird Psychology Google profile. So if you just Google Blackbird Psychology, leaving a positive review about the streams also helps support the work. But thank you very much for joining, and I will see you all again either this Friday, but probably before then. I imagine the mood for Grocery Store Simulator will take me before then. Or Phasmophobia. I might play some more Phasmophobia. Yes, but I will see you all again next time. Oh, the other thing as well, if you it's going to be happening soon, but with what are they called? If you join the little fan club on the TikTok account, and you reach level 10 on the fan club, so that's like if you like you level up by like watching the lives and commenting on the lives and leaving likes and things like that, right? If you reach level 10, it lets you access like a forum of other people who are in the fan club level 10 and up, and I'm going to have a little like with that, it lets you get onto like a little chat servery forum thing. And so because everyone's sort of been like appreciating the community that comes with the stream so much, I thought I would actually take the effort and get that set up, so that like you can have like little chatsies outside the stream as well. Maybe I could try satisfactory. That is a dangerous suggestion, and I'm thinking about it. I'm letting you know I'm thinking about it, but it's like, how many hours of my life do I want to potentially lose to this? Possibly many. Anyway, I might do a satisfactory stream. Now I feel like playing satisfactory. Anyway, thank you, Nox, for the gift. And I will see you all next time. Good night.